Good morning and welcome to the live stream of round 7 of the 2020 Clay Pigeon Kart Club season. My name is Sam Hunt. I will be your commentator throughout the day on this channel as well as throughout the circuit, so live commentary as always. Hope you are going to enjoy the stream today. We should be underway racing in about 60 seconds hopefully, if everything has gone to plan. We should have a 24 race day, including the Formula Blues today as well, who once again make one of their several outings to Clay Pigeon Raceway over the course of the season. Scorching day it's due to be, clear blue skies here at Clay Pigeon Raceway, and we'll be underway with the racing very shortly. Good morning and welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway, where we will soon be underway with our first race of the round 7 of the 2020 calendar here with Clay Pigeon Kart Club, joined today by the Formula Blues. They were here last month as well, so great to have them as always. And we'll be underway shortly with our first race of the day. 24 races in store for us today in a glorious summer's day here, round 7 of the championship. And we should have our first 8-minute heat underway. It is the Senior Max who get us underway into the S's already, a compact group of karts hurtling their way through the first section of the track. Well, certainly as the day goes on, there's a bit of contact certainly further down the order there between several karts, but everyone seems to pretty much get away with it. There might be a casualty here in the form of number 57, that's Tom Adams, whose kart certainly doesn't look or sound particularly healthy. Might be an early retirement for him. Shame for the number 57, but Archie Brown is our early leader with Lewis Bevan in second position. In third place at the moment, James Webb, who overtook Tin and Rourke on row 2 out of that first corner. That's already a decent lead opening up for Archie Brown then. With our first minute of racing today completed, there's a yellow flag, there's a few more karts entwined in what seems to be the most incident-packed corner of the day so far, at the hairpin. Looks like we might have yet another retirement here in the form of Josh Poulin, who looks to have come into contact, but there's a great battle going on for second place as this is James Webb and Lewis Bevan, with Tin and Rourke and Jason Bond all involved as well, trying to manoeuvre their way into second place. All looking very good for Archie Brown in these early stages, that's for sure. But slowly into the pits, Joshua Poulin will become the second retirement of the day. Down into Billy once again. And one thing we certainly shouldn't struggle with for the most part will be tyre grip today, because it's very hot out there. And it's only going to get hotter as well as the day goes on. Let's hope for a slightly less incident-packed day than we experienced in the July meeting, round 6. Hopefully a day of really promising racing, and this first heat is not disappointing for the Senior Max. There's always so many quick drivers out on the circuit. You can pick a name out of a hat, and likely it is they would be one of the quickest drivers out there. Jensen Watts is actually the fastest driver. There we go, just to prove the point. In 10th position with the fastest lap of a 33.57. Not many drivers have got beneath that 34-second mark, including the race leader, actually, Archie Brown, whose best lap time is a very respectable 34.01, but 33.57, that is blisteringly quick from Jensen Watts. Really in the middle of the pack, but certainly not in terms of pace. Up into 8th now, actually, Watts on that last lap, making some decent progress through the field. Onto the Sternly straight go the leaders. Seems to be absolutely no threat at the moment to Archie Brown as we approach the halfway stage of this race. Rourke, Pond and Herline Nagelwort all having a good squabble there, second, third and fourth. There's a contact warning that's just been picked up by 7th place Owen Allison, who's in a squabble of his own in the middle of that battle for the top 10 positions or so. Across the line it is Watts up into 6th place then, making sizable progress through the field. Setting himself as one to watch. Didn't have a particularly high grid start, but is making some good progress through the field. Now at the halfway stage then for this first race of the day. Should be one of 4 heats for the senior Rotax, but there have been a few grid reshuffles over the course of the past 48 hours or so. Looks like there's another retirement here, and there's quite a few cars who aren't going to make it to the finish line of this first heat actually for the senior Max. Hopefully that will give them motivation to push on as the day goes on and try to pick themselves up for a higher grid position in the final. I don't think we should have any B finals, or we're not on course to have any B finals later on today, so not necessarily qualifying for the A final, just qualifying for the A grid positions. So that's Reese Hurd who's after the running there, only 6 laps completed by the young man before unfortunately his race came to a close. Archie Brown then continuing to lead the way. His gap stands at 2.85 seconds back to Tin and Rourke, who has got the better of both Nagelwort and Bond. Nagelwort in 3rd position with Bond in 4th. It's still not a foregone conclusion between those 3 who's going to end up where, but Rourke was the quickest of the 3 and now is in the lead as well. Jensen Watts up to 5th meanwhile. Now he will be closing in on those drivers ahead of him, looking to try and get himself into an early podium spot. That would be a brilliant result for someone who certainly didn't have a particularly high grid start. course, I'm sure you're familiar with the layout of racing here at Clay. It's a random 3 grid positions, usually comprising of one start at the back of the grid, one in the middle, and one towards the front, each calculated to make it fair. Tin and Rourke looks to be struggling a little bit in second to keep certainly Klein Nagelvort at bay, but also Bond and Watt aren't that far away from him, and well, offering a lot of pressure to Jason Watt. Jensen Watts in the number 36 certainly knows his way around the circuit. Jensen Watt. 90 seconds left on the clock then. Tin and Rourke under increasing pressure from Brandon Klein Nagelvort, but well, Bond and Watts both still hot on their heels as things stand. Battle for second really heating up. Hopefully a good indication of what we're going to see today from the Senior Max, who continually this season have continued to have strong grids. Great to see those sorts of numbers out there on the track. 19 registered in this first heat. Jensen Watts up the inside of Klein Nagelvort then. I think he's going to be able to complete that manoeuvre. Got a huge amount of pace at the moment, and out the hairpin that made it look easy there, didn't he? Jensen Watts as he moves up into third place. This is going to look like at this stage it's going to be a fairly comfortable victory for Archie Brown. So, will Watts be able to get himself a second placed finish in the first heat of the day? Looks fairly solid for Archie Brown to go on and claim the victory. Really would be something, or nothing short of a miracle for anyone to stop that out of the top end now to start what won't be the final lap actually. The climber just quite hadn't hit zero before Brown crossed the line. But Rourke and Watts then with Klein Nagelvort there as well. On to the Sturmey straight. There you go. He's going to have a look up the inside. No way through this time. Tin and Rourke's been second for the majority of this race. He'll want to pick up the maximum points that he can. Around Buttons then. And once again into the top end in this battle for second. There's a lot of good squabbles going on throughout the field, to be fair. Also one to keep your eyes on as Tin and Rourke takes the inside defensive line on the final lap of the race. Jensen Watts having a look out the inside now and on the exit of Billy's and onto the S as he does complete that manoeuvre. So Tin and Rourke's going to find a way to respond unless he has a little look up the inside here, knows that he can't get late enough on the brakes to retake that position. And into the horseshoe, a fairly defensive line there from Jensen Watts, having now claimed second place into Buttons, and now the final corner of the race awaits them, but it is an impressive and dominant victory for Archie Brown, with a very prominent display from Jensen Watts, potentially one of the drivers who could be favourites for the final later on, you have to say, especially with the pace that he's shown. That 33.57 he set very early on in this race was beaten by no one, including himself, for the remainder of it. So some really impressive early pace from Jensen Watts, and he held it throughout as well to claim second position. Archie Brown winning the race in the end though by over 2 seconds. 2.26 is his advantage back to Watts after heat one. Was able to escape early on, Archie Brown. Tin and Rourke will take third, Brandon Klein Nagelvort fourth, James Webb fifth, Owen Allison sixth, seventh Jason Bond, with Lewis Bevan in eighth. Ninth, the novice of Jack Maidman, so yet another impressive drive from the number 77, who impressed in the July meeting as well, with Amelia Vincent rounding out your top 10 of the Senior Max first heat. Next up will be the Junior Rotax. Next up then, the Junior Max, who have also got a very impressive grid size, as we have seen with the Senior Rotax. Often the Junior Max, not quite as many. I suppose there is a more limited age range as well. There's a more specific range, sort of in the middle of cadets before they reach being 16 and old enough for seniors, but Junior Max often provide a lot of entertainment, and these young drivers who are only going to get quicker with experience in very powerful machines. I'm sure we'll see very quick racing from these drivers once again as we're underway. 8 minutes of Junior Max racing with their first heat of, I believe it is set to be 4. So once again, a big enough grid size to justify having more than the normal 3 heats. There's Jordan Morris alongside Lincoln Bailey-Arneson on the front row as your leading duo towards Billy's Blind. We'll get a confirmation of what the current order is as they cross the finish line this time. Out of the first lap they come. The somewhat, mostly single file, heading down the pit straight for the second time. Jordan Morris is still leading the way, with Lincoln Bailey-Arneson unable to get the better of him off the front row. Matthew Lambert in third, so no changes within the top 3, but it's all changes elsewhere, as into the hairpin there's a lot of overtakes. Looks like it's going to be move up into the top 4 for the number 88 of Cameron Crockett, who I think got the better of Drew Perry there. Perry nearly overtaken by a few drivers, but was able to recover it fairly well to not let a whole host of drivers through. It's often very easy to do so. Crockett then into the top 4. Early race pace seems to suggest that Jordan Morris is very deserving of his place in the league, as he set the fastest lap at 35.19, and of course that clear air that he's got unobstructed in front of him will contribute to that, but set the fastest lap in a class as competitive as this, no mean feat, especially when you've got drivers who are constantly showing their pace elsewhere. Cameron Crockett doing exactly that as he overtakes Matthew Lambert into the top 3 now. Crockett, that's a couple of positions he's gained in just 2 laps. It looks like Callum Boyden's into the top 4 as he dumps Matthew Lambert out of it. Drew Perry's in 6th, 7th is Jez Williams, with Harrison Cook moving up to 8th, Lucas Hayden 9th, and Toby Wells just climbing up the order into the top 10 on that previous lap. Ben Ballou with Harry Roberts, Ethan Lomax, George Walker and Evie Poulan as your current top 15, with 4 other drivers making the 19 kart grid. No retirements as of yet, touch wood. Remains like that. Morris and Lincoln Bailey-Arneson your top 2 then, but they're pretty far apart now. 1.4 seconds separate those leading 2. And from the number 25 of Bailey-Arneson back to the 35 of Callum Voisin, who has actually moved Cameron Crockett out of the top 4 after a blistering start by the number 88. Can't quite hold on to that 3rd place for too long. Is managing to remain clinging on to the coattails of Callum Voisin though, as he looks to use his pace to catch up to Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, who hasn't done anything but 2nd place since the commencement of this race. But Travis Chapman is off. I don't think there was any other karts involved, but just got it a little bit wrong at the horseshoe there. So we might have our first retirement of the day for the Junior Max. Yellow flags wave for the number 77. And Lincoln Bailey-Arneson has all kinds of trouble now. Callum Voisin right on his rear bumper. There's yellow flags waving for another incident of the horseshoe. A couple of cars come together there, facing the wrong way. Luckily it wasn't too high speed an impact, and both drivers are able to continue with their car pretty much completely undamaged, it seems. That will push Matthew Lambert and Harrison Crook all the way down. Unfortunately, it looks like those 2 are 17th and 18th now. Particularly Matthew Lambert was one of the front runners for a time at the start of this race. 35 Callum Voisin into 2nd place now then. He's got the better of Lincoln Bailey-Arneson. And Bailey-Arneson as well now, maybe facing a bit more defensive work as Cameron Crockett looks to close down on the number 25. Into Billy's Blind they go, and once again the quick right left of the S's doesn't quite have enough of a run on the Sturmey straight though to commit to a manoeuvre, but Callum Boysen able to complete that move on the previous lap. That's now with a kart in between himself and Cameron Crockett. Buffers him slightly from moving down the order for a little while, as he does have superior pace to Lincoln Bailey Arneson. May help push him on towards Jordan Morris, but at the moment he was slightly quicker there, 34.54 in comparison to Jordan Morris's 34.74, but Boysen without the quickest lap. That honour belongs to Jez Williams, using the number 69 and currently in 5th place, but not far behind Cameron Crockett either. As you would expect to see, the front few karts are the quickest out there. We're seeing a lot of very quick laps coming from them. 34.378, particularly quick from Williams. 34.32, he goes quicker as well, and closes in by Cameron Crockett by 0.4 of a second. So, I mean, that's light years in karting terms. As Cameron Crockett has a look at the inside of Bailey Arneson, can't find a way through. Bailey Arneson racing well, not defensively or too hard defensively, but just making sure he has enough of a gap to safely continue to remain ahead of Crockett. Boulan, Goring and Siwuda are all doing fairly well in the novices as well. They are ahead of 3 other non-novice drivers. Across the line goes Toby Wells with a lot of company behind. Ethan Lomax, George Walker and Ben Ballou, who are all very close to the number 26, who has some serious defending to do between now and the remaining 20 seconds or so. But, well, number 25 suddenly of Lincoln Bailey Arneson finds himself pushed down all the way to 5th, as Crockett and Williams have both overtaken him on that previous lap. Who is in 3rd now? It is Jez Williams, so was able to get the better of both his close opponents on lap 11. And continues to push up the order then. Jez Williams, the quickest driver out there. You can imagine if he needs to have a good position on the front row, then it would certainly be difficult to stop him, especially in this kind of form. Top 2 of Morris and Boysen. Boysen's been working at chipping away that lead from Jordan Morris, and he's done well at achieving just that. 0.28 of a second now, the gap. Boysen was 0.45 of a second quicker on that previous lap, and now has a look around the outside of the hairpin. Certainly unorthodox, but as these two squabble, it will be making it easier for Jez Williams to catch up to the leading duo. Oh, it's a bit of contact at the hairpin though, as a couple of karts come together. One of them is spun around, but my eyesight won't let me see that far away who it is at the moment. Get confirmation of that next time round, but Boysen in the lead of the race then. He's overtaken Jordan Morris, who up until that point had been the leader from the very start. And now he's got Jez Williams all over his rear bumper as well. Switches to the inside, doesn't want to let Williams through with the hairpin. Manages to do well as well. Does Jordan Morris not to drift out wide, enables the opportunity of the outside of the hairpin. Into buttons now, is there going to be another chance for Jez Williams to get in 2nd place? He does manage to squeeze his way through. He's up into 2nd now, as your race leader Callum Boysen begins the last lap of the race. Jez Williams, Jordan Morris, Cameron Crockett and Lincoln Bailey Arneson are all separated by very little actually. Morris now behind Williams, and you imagine this is going to surely be victory for Boysen. It's nearly 3 abreast, heading into the S's though, a bit further down the order. Some great racing going on from 6th down to 9th. Those 4 drivers, as they're swapping positions, just about make it through the hairpin unscathed. Into the horseshoe they all decide not to try and overtake, but it's a brilliant victory for Callum Boysen, who takes the win from Jordan Morris, who eventually finishes 3rd. Jez Williams in 2nd, with Cameron Crockett 4th, for Lincoln Bailey Arneson 5th. 6th in the end does go to Ethan Lomax, as Drew Perry unfortunately suffered a bit of a misfortune in the final lap there, falling to 9th in the end. Lomax 6th, 7th George Walker 8th, Lucas Hayden with Perry 9th, and then Jack Goring, impressive drive from the novice to finish inside the top 10. Hopefully a sign of things to come for the Junior Max as the tension raises and the championship points become all the more important later on in their final. Race number 22. Sure we'll have a fantastic display of racing for you. Callum Voisin, our first victor of the day in the Junior Max. Time for yet another very large grid then, and often one of the most popular and competitive classes that we see from the youngest drivers that we will see out on the track is the Honda Cadets, their first heat, and 22 drivers out there on the track for this heat. Obviously we have got 4 heats for the senior and junior Rotax, but out on the track for the heats at least, it is going to be the Honda Cadets who have the honour of racing with most competitors along with them out on the track at one time. 11 rows of Honda Cadets to settle into their grid positions before the start of this race. Looks like we hopefully should be good to go at the end of this lap for the first Honda Cadet race of the day. Looks like it's going to be Jack West and Harrison Whitcomb as your front runners. We will see exactly who the front few drivers will be as they head down towards Billy's Blind for the first time. Honda Cadet Heat number 1 is underway. It was a fantastic start from the driver, the number 66 there, who started I think on row 3 actually, Harrison Whitcomb. Going to have climbed a couple of positions there, but according to my graphic he went across the line in second position. Weave their way through the opening half of the lap. A lot of novices towards the back of the field as well, which is great to see. Actually, I count 7 novices out on the track, which is brilliant for the future of the class. Billy's once more very competitive at the front. Looks like Charles Green and Lucas Howell having a good squabble there for 4th, but it is Green who's got the better of him. Up into 4th place now, latched onto the back of the top 3, and often what we don't see in Honda Cadets is one driver just escaping very early. I haven't seen that to a small extent with the opening 2 races in fact, but the Honda Cadets often don't see that. So close on pace, and the toe as well, of course, making it very difficult for the drivers in behind to really drop off the pace. They are often on similar pace to the race leaders, even if the slightly superior driving does belong to the driver out in front. Having a go up the inside of the hairpin there. I think that's Green on Nelson for the top 3, and he's completed that one as well. Charles Green on Cameron Nelson. Harrison Whitcomb, your race leader though, with Jack West moving down into second position. Let's see the order as they cross the line. It is still Whitcomb who leads the way from Jack West. Charles Green in third, fourth Cameron Nelson with Lucas Howell fifth, sixth Freddie Baker, who's climbed a couple of positions, with Freddie Worlock seventh, eighth Hugh Moulton, ninth Noah Pites, and 10th Jonathan Piggott. And looks like Sasha Bagley has been involved in an incident somewhere on that previous lap, because she's moved from 14th down to 22nd, so I have to assume involved in an incident somewhere along the way. Now to the top end then, fastest few drivers across the line. 40.92 is the quickest lap time by Harrison Whitcomb, but he was actually overtaken by Jack West on that previous lap. That's what I mean, on the toe, there's not the benefits for drivers in behind, makes it difficult for whoever's out in front. And there is a red flag then, our first red flag of the day is an incident at the top end, and this race will have to go on pause. back underway then with the Honda Cadets, their first heat of the day, interrupted by our first red flag, but now restarted from where we were. Harrison Whitcomb leading the way. Before, there were just under 5 minutes left on the clock, and we're now ticking down towards halfway, 4 minutes remaining, and this has undone a lot of the hard work by Harrison Whitcomb. He had a little bit of a margin with Green and West back to Cameron Nelson and co, but now looks like there's been a few swaps towards the front end of the order. Charles Green is up into the race lead now then, overtaking Harrison Whitcomb at the hairpin. And the number 77, our new race leader. It's bunched all of the field closer together, of course, but we're already seeing the differences in pace, particularly from the number 51 of Hugh Moulton, who's occupying 8th place, down to Thomas Min-Spearing, who clearly hadn't quite had the restart pace that Moulton occupied. There's a pretty decent gap there already. Moving up the order actually, and overtaking Lucas Howell is Hugh Moulton there, so getting a couple of positions. Good work from him, but the top 3 peeling off from the rest of the top 8. And despite a little lapse in concentration perhaps from Harrison Whitcomb, allowing Charles Green to get himself into an early race lead from the restart, he is now all over the rear bumper of the number 77. Could be a battle of the double-digit carts here, as 66 of Whitcomb challenging our newest race leader. Doesn't drive defensively though, Charles Green is leaving the opportunities for Whitcomb to have a think about trying to get past. This goes very wide there. Cameron Nelson does well to not get 2 tyres on the grass. That would have been a complete loss of control otherwise. Very difficult to do much when you're on the grass. Whitcomb very much challenging Charles Green. He wants his lead back. Might just be considering his options, weighing up how late he can go for this move. It is a tactic we often see in the Honda Cadets. They don't want to necessarily just overtake at the first chance of doing so. Bide their time a little. Figure out where the best place and time would be to make that manoeuvre. But Jack West is watching on with interest as well. He's in 3rd place and not far away from the leading duo. It's a very popular class, being watched on by a very decent amount of spectators who are cheering on their loved ones and friends from the sides. Onto the stony straight once more there. This is lap 10 now for the Honda Cadets. It's long, difficult heats will test the fitness of these young drivers as their day wears on, especially in the finals, which are currently scheduled to be 12 minutes each. That's a lot of laps. As out to the top end, gets it a little bit wrong and a little bit wide there. The race leader Charles Green under the pressure from Harrison Whitcomb, and now Whitcomb has got the good drive down to Billy's blind. I don't actually have a brilliant viewpoint of Billy's, but he did manage to get slightly ahead there. Drifted a little bit too wide though, and Charles Green, despite a small error at the top end, manages to retain the lead. This has enabled Jack West to close right up to the top 2 as well, and Whitcomb just never quite got that move completely done. Charles Green hold on to the lead, but once again goes a little bit wide. Another opportunity for Whitcomb, but he'll still have the inside at buttons and remains in the lead of the race once again. Jack West still very much there. There's a great battle going on for 4th as well, as Freddie Baker currently holds that spot. Top 3 into Billy's. No changes in order as of yet, but 4th place currently Freddie Baker with Hugh Moulton, Cameron Nelson, Freddie Worlock, Lucas Howell and Thomas Min-Spearing. Actually, Min-Spearing I don't think he's part of that group, but there's a change at the top then as Whitcomb goes through. They've overtaken Green now. West also trying to find a way through, but wasn't quite close enough to take advantage of that. and into the race lead once again. That's the position he was in just before the red flag, and now has that position once again. This next lap will be the last lap of the race. That is being shown there by the marshal. Is he going to be able to hold on for one more lap? Harrison Whitcomb with Charles Green not too far behind. Looked a bit quicker heading towards the S's, but how defensive will he go on the run down towards the hairpin? As a quick look over his shoulder there, Whitcomb takes the inside line, doesn't want to let Green have any opportunity of passing him then. Chris out ever so slightly wide into the horseshoe. Is there going to be a chance for Green to cut back across? He certainly tried to, but Whitcomb had it covered. Into Butters now, Whitcomb with that racing position heading towards the top end of the final corner of this race. Out to the top end they come then. Green's going to have a good run out of the top bend here. Who's it going to be, Whitcomb or Green? Green's managed to get across and it's really close for second place. It was a victory for Charles Green, but Harrison Whitcomb just about beating Jack West to the line. Great race for fourth as well as Freddie Baker with Hugh Moulton, Cameron Nelson, Freddie Worlock, Min Spearing and Howell all there as a very close, tight-knit batch from fourth to ninth. But Whitcomb and West practically side by side across the line. West just unable to take advantage of Whitcomb running slightly wide at the top end as Charles Green wins a pulsating first heat for the Honda Cadets. The Senior Blues take to the track for the first time then. The 15 drivers will get into their grid positions. Luckily use the same grid system as the rest of the regular classes here at Clay Pigeon. So we can see the same format in place here. Ben Joseph alongside Russell O'Neill. Looks to be the front row with Ron Schoen and Paul Alexander. On row 2, let's see what the Formula Blues can come up with. Already a yellow flag. Looks to be some sort of incident at Billy's, which once again pretty much the only part of the circuit which is slightly obstructed from my view. But looks like, I think, all karts have managed to pull away from that. So not too heavy an impact there. These yellow flags as well waving at the hairpin. There's a couple of karts who are involved in that one. There's one going particularly slowly. Let's just see who that is as they crawl by into the horseshoe. Looks to have picked up a little bit of pace again now, but that's Taylor Waldron. A miserable start for the number 2. But Russell O'Neill and Ben Joseph then as your current top 2. Changing around, they were on the front row together, but Ben Joseph in on pole. He has now lost that lead to Russell O'Neill and has opened up a pretty good margin for himself as well. Michael Bell and Dave Watts in 3rd and 4th. Both of those two actually didn't start on row 2. They have moved up into that position. Dave Watts with a particularly good start. climbing all the way from 9th into 4th on just that first lap. Now he's up into 3rd, actually, Dave Watts. So great start to the race from him. Could he be one to watch? Seems every time the Senior Blues come here for the kart club meetings, we seem to have a different front runner in the class. And a wholly unpredictable day from a Formula Blue point of view. 2 novices out on the track as well. We've got Kieran Quirk and Alan Lewis. Good to see that a lot of the classes do have novice drivers who will be coming through the ranks and by the end of this season may have, or at least be into their final meeting or so of being a novice driver. Number 71 going very slow here in front of me at the horseshoe. Looks like a early retirement for that driver. I think it's Jeff Webster. Go into the pits this time. Slightly surprising decision that. Russell O'Neill continuing to lead the way though. His gap is now 1.94 seconds, but Dave Watts now into 2nd place can begin to try and close that gap. Maybe he's the only driver around the circuit who would be capable of doing just that. For the most part, Russell O'Neill has really looked one of the raciest on the circuit, but Anthony Cleal actually has the quickest lap. That's a 36.64 set by Anthony Cleal, which is significantly quicker than anyone else actually. 36.64, but no other driver has got beneath that 37-second mark. That is up until David Watts on that previous lap just set the fastest lap of the race, a 36.62. So now with a little bit of clear air in front of him and the objective of catching up to race leader Russell O'Neill, Dave Watts beginning to deliver the goods and deliver a very impressive lap time there. Fastest lap of the race, and the number 3 begins the task of closing in on Russell O'Neill, and the nearly 2-second advantage that he did have at one stage is already cut down to less than a second now. 0.63 of a second. Surely it's a matter of time really. Russell O'Neill won't be able to hold on for that long. We haven't even reached race halfway through this race yet. Into the hairpin there. Dave Watts beginning to keep the pressure onto the back of Russell O'Neill's number 6. Surely won't be long before he does find a way through into buttons, and now the top end, the exit of the top end is so important of course to get as much momentum as you possibly can to head down the pit straight. Billy's blind. That looks like a fairly overtaking position there for Dave Watts, and he does now overtake, get himself into the lead of the race, and from a nearly 2-second advantage to 3 laps later, 2nd position. That is the pace that Dave Watts has early doors in the Formula Blue class here. So there was nearly a change there for 4th as well, as that Sarita Schoen battling with Ben Joseph, trying to get into 4th position, but neatly cut into 2 groups of 3 are the current top 6. Michael Bell as well. Might not be the end of troubles for Russell O'Neill in trying to retain that now 2nd place, because Michael Bell is not far behind and is quicker than Russell O'Neill, closed in by 0.64 on the 2nd on that previous lap as well. There's a swap in order as well a little bit further down the order. Anthony Cleal, I mentioned, was the quickest driver earlier on. He's the quickest driver once again with a 36.43. So a bit of a rivalry going on between Dave Watts in the lead and Anthony Cleal in 6th as they continue to trade fastest laps with one another. He's up into 4th now, the number 1, Anthony Cleal, as he goes across the start-finish line. Can't quite set a quickest lap of the race this time, but certainly sending out a warning perhaps to Dave Watts of what he will be capable of later in the day. Did have a low grid start, the number 1. But since Michael Bell did close in on Russell O'Neill by a fairly decent margin on that previous lap, hasn't been able to since. And actually O'Neill was able to open up a little bit of a margin on that previous lap, so Michael Bell perhaps not quite with the momentum that he needs to carry himself into second place, but Anthony Keel, let's see how much quicker he is. Not at all, because actually that was a slightly slower lap from him, 36.7. Over a whole second slower than, a few tenths slower, sorry, than his fastest lap time. Poor Alexander overtaking Ron Schoen on that previous lap. That's a change for ninth, but elsewhere things remain the same in terms of the race position. Sorry. O'Neill and Michael Bell as second and third. Certainly much closer together now than Dave Watts and Russell O'Neill are, since Watts has got into the lead. He's just been getting a bit further away from Russell O'Neill. Once it breaks out of the sort of toe area, then it's going to become more and more difficult for Russell O'Neill to hang on to the back of the number 3, who's surely destined to claim this first win here. Sarita shows the fastest lap of 36.9, currently in 5th position. There will be 2 Schoens, myself and Ron Schoen in this race. Into the final 30 seconds now. Of course, always have that one additional lap after the timer hits 0, and the race leader passes over the line once again. Approaching a back marker and manages to get through without too many troubles there. As they feel it's closing in on Michael Bell, but not by a significant margin. I think this will be a very interesting race when we've got Watts and Cleel starting in similar positions on the grid. See exactly what pace they are both on. They've been trading personal lap times throughout the race. It looks like as manoeuvre on there, Michael Bell on Russell O'Neill, but couldn't quite get the move done. And this is the last lap of the race now, so we want to hold on to this desperately. Might have the inside line for Buttons, though it is alongside. Manages to get ahead. That's a good move there by Michael Bell. And out of the top end, is he going to be able to remain in that position? Dave Watts is going to claim the victory, and a well-deserved one at that. And Michael Bell claiming second place, just beating Russell O'Neill on the final lap there. And out of the horseshoe, just managed to stick around the outside to make sure he had the inside line for Buttons. Michael Bell second. Russell O'Neill claims third with Anthony Cleel, who was closing in, but still nearly 5 seconds of drift in fourth. Rita Schoen fifth, sixth Ben Joseph with Taylor Walden seventh. 8th Stuart Gray with Kieran Quirk 9th in the novice, so an impressive drive from him. And Paul Alexander rounding out your top 10 as the Heat 1 for the Senior Blues comes to a close. Time for the Minimax now then. Another 19 drivers take to the track. Fairly consistent grid sizes over the course of each of these classes we've seen so far today, which is good to see. good groups all around, and hopefully each driver will be able to experience some good racing with their similar paced counterparts as we get this mini-max heat underway. First heat of 3 for these drivers, and there's a big incident at Billy's there, several karts involved, a couple spinning around, and there's one kart actually on top of the other, but luckily the nose of the kart there was able to just about hook the driver who was mounted on top and not connect with the driver inside the kart. So really that incident could have been a lot worse, but somehow everyone actually gets going again. Pretty remarkable how robust these little karts can be, and both drivers were very eager and raring to get back racing after what could have been a pretty nasty accident there, but all drivers involved did very well. Get themselves going once again. Always going to be messy into the opening few corners though, with grid sizes such as these, and seen that a couple of times throughout the day. Brilliantly recovered though by the drivers in question in this particular race. See how the first couple of corners have affected that. Jacob Gilman has pulled into the pit, so one driver hasn't quite got out of the way of being involved in a retirement early on. Andrew Douglas is your race leader though, he pushes Ben Crossley into second position. Aaron Full and Holly Woolley currently third and fourth, and there looks like a fairly decent gap back to Benjamin Bartlett. Where is it? Let's see, the number 59. Yep, so Bartlett's in 5th place, who's in a bit of no man's land here, but has been climbing the order, so perhaps Bartlett will be able to catch up to the top 4 before long. Daniel Clyde, Braden Hill, James Pope, Jamie Burt and Billy Edgecombe as your top 10. No changes in the top 10 actually on that previous lap, despite several opportunities for a couple of drivers to do just that, and looks like there might be a change for 8th here, I think. That's Jamie Burt on James Pope, I think. Looks like there's a swap in positions there. Number 20 of Billy Edgecombe has found himself maybe up into 9th. Out of the top end they come. Top 2, Andrew Douglas and Ben Crossley. Crossley looking keen to try and reclaim that first place as a revenge for Andrew Douglas claiming it top of him. Into the hairpin, does have a little look, considers it, does Crossley, but Douglas remains in the lead for now. Longer Crossley remains behind, certainly if he's quicker, then that enables Aaron Full and Holly Woolley to also catch up in 3rd and 4th, but those two don't quite look as quick as the current top 2. Benjamin Bartlett's in 5th as well, looking on, but he currently isn't quicker than any of the top 5 either. Douglas, Crossley, Full and Woolley as your top 4, with Bartlett 5th, 6th Daniel Tribe, 7th Braden Hill, with Billy Edgecombe up a day, pushing 9th. James Pope, Jamie Burt in 10th, and a very impressive drive from Donovan Dyer so far in this race. I've seen him up into 11th place in the novice, number 64. Douglas once again leading Ben Crossley, with Aaron Full and Holly Woolley now not too far behind, and with Crossley remaining behind Andrew Douglas means that despite having perhaps slightly superior pace, remaining in behind, and that is enabling Aaron Full and Holly Woolley to catch up. Bartlett in 5th as well. He's now right on the rear bumper of Holly Woolley. There's a little look at Billy's, but can't quite find a way through on the Sturmey straight now. The top 5, and it is turning into nearly a 5-way battle here as Crossley remains behind Andrew Douglas. Can't quite find the way through that he's seeking at the moment. Full, Woolley and Bartlett all racing hard, trying to maintain their current positions, or in the case of Aaron Full particularly, flying up and trying to catch top 2. fastest lap belongs all the way down in 11th place to Finn Smith. So, as we've seen with several classes today, actually, driver not necessarily as a front runner has the fastest lap, and we definitely need to keep an eye on those particular drivers for later on in the day where their grid possessions enable them to have a better race from the off in terms of grid position. Out on the top end then, still Andrew Douglas and Ben Crossley, nearly nothing separating them. So Andrew Douglas has been pushed into second place then, Ben Crossley into the race lead. And Douglas looking to do what he managed to do within 7 laps prior, where he took Ben Crossley to claim the race lead then. He needs to do that now in the closing just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. So very much a quintuple as your leading drivers then, those 5. Got it a little bit wrong there, the number 14 heading around the horseshoe off of Thacker, but managed to save it well. Into the S's once more onto the Sturmey straight, one of the quickest sections of the circuit, of course, the back straight heading towards the sharp right-hander of the hairpin. Since getting into the lead, hasn't looked back. Ben Crossley managed to do well to keep Andrew Douglas at bay. As Holly Woolley now, there's been this ebb and flow between Bartlett, Woolley and Full, as Bartlett looks on the back of Woolley, but now Woolley's all over the back of Aaron Full. No way of knowing how that particular battle is going to go. Just can't find a way through at the moment. That's the case with each of the drivers involved with the top 5. They might have superior pace to the driver ahead of them, but it's just so difficult to try and find a way through. Billy Edgecombe and Finn Smith are having a pretty decent battle as well behind Daniel Tribe, who in 6th place actually has pretty much no company from any driver. Edgecombe and Smith battling for 7th place. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. Crossley, Douglas, Full, Woolley and Bartlett. That order hasn't changed at all for the past 5 laps or so, but it's just whether any drivers will take up the opportunities that may well be in front of them for the conclusion of this race. Across the line they go with just over 11 seconds left, meaning we will have one additional lap, of course. Ben Crossley probably doesn't need to worry too much in the lead. He's got things settled. But will Holly Woolley get the better of Aaron Full, or Bartlett get the better of Woolley? Great squabble going on further down the order as well for 10th place, as Jamie Burt's defending that position at the moment. Donovan Dyer all over the back of him. Did briefly lose out to Braden Hill, but actually has reclaimed that position. On to Sturmey's for the final time then. Ben Crossley leading Andrew Douglas. That looks a fairly foregone conclusion. Will Holly Woolley attempt a late manoeuvre on Aaron Full? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Benjamin Bartlett always there as well, sniffing around for an opportunity. They approach the final couple of corners. Now to the top end they come then, and it's a brilliant race by Ben Crossley, who claims the first victory of the day. Andrew Douglas, Aaron Full, Holly Woolley and Benjamin Bartlett make up the top 5 of a very interesting battle, with Daniel Tribe in 6th, 7th, Finn Smith just about ahead of Billy Edgecombe. They were fighting ferociously till the end. Leo Perch is 9th, 10th. Donovan Dyer did manage to find himself in the top 10 then and push Jamie Burt out of it. Braden Hill 12th, 13th goes to Oliver Kerr, with James Pope, Jamie von Moxar, Arthur Thacker, Kieran Roberts, Bobby Rosier as the remaining drivers who finished the race. All 15 laps completed by those 18 drivers. But Jacob Gilman, unfortunately, after that incident at Billy's, retired very early doors. Next up we will have the 177s for race number 6 and the conclusion of our first heats today. Very quick turnaround then as the 177s find themselves on track and racing in yet another 8-minute first heat. 2 novices here as well on this circuit. We've got Ayrton Anderson and Chris Skivier. Fairly big reputation to perhaps live up to for Ayrton Anderson, especially with that four name. Charlie Worley in the number 9, currently leading the way. The only single-plated kart out there in terms of the single numbers, granted to those, I think it's the top 12, isn't it, who have their numbers allocated to them if they finish in that particular position over the course of a season in Super 1. But Cole Edwards has the E-plate, so yet another driver who we know is quick. Experience around Clay Pigeon Raceway as well as Cole Edwards. Been through a variety of classes in his Clay Pigeon career, through the TKMs and the juniors, to find himself in the 177s now. But Charlie Worley, look at that advantage he has already, number 9. What a margin back to Aaron Neo, who's in second place, and Neil Brown, who's moved down 4 in that previous lap. Not a good lap from him, unfortunately. The number 94 dropping to 6. Aaron Yeo and Alfie Cockrell in second and third. Looks like the battle for second may be the one to watch, because already, I mean, that looks like an insurmountable gap to catch up to Charlie Worley in the lead of this race with a 34.25 as well. Very quick lap time from this class, which of course, as you know, 177 referring to the weight limit. Cannot have the less than 177 when the carts come in at the end of the race, or the top few will be monitored at the very least. So we can always expect them to be slightly slower lap times than seen, for example, in the senior Rotax class. But almost throwing caution to the wind when it comes to that particular logic is Charlie Worley with that 34.25. That's quicker than a lot of the drivers will be able to manage in the senior max class regardless. Edwards ahead of Cockrell then. That's a change for third. Cockrell now in fourth and has Ian Branfield for company. Aaron Yeo in second position. Is there any chance at all he'll be able to close the gap on Charlie Worley? Because at the moment, that possibility just doesn't seem to be there. He's only ever so slightly slower though, 200ths of a second slower than Charlie Worley on that previous lap, but that lead, very impressive as Cole Edwards has a look up the inside of the hairpin and does manage to overtake Aaron Yeo now. into second place. And out of the horseshoe they come. It is now Edwards, Yeo, Granfield and Cockrell in your battle for second place. They are second, third, fourth and fifth. Sixth place Ben Davis, Neil Brand in seventh position, just ahead of Reece Llewellyn, as Darren Morley with Ian Brown in ninth and 10th. Just over 3.5 minutes remain then, so still a decent amount of time left in this race. Pretty much all going to be a succession of victory laps as far as Charlie Worley is concerned. That gap now stands at 3 seconds as the number 94 rejoins the circuit. That's Neil Brand, who must have been involved in an incident somewhere along the way, presumably with Darren Worley, because both drivers have yet to complete this 8th lap of the race. Black and white contact flag for Reece Llewellyn. So got to be cautious now. 177's number 22. Remain then of the first heat for the 177 Rotax, and as the sun gets higher and higher, track continues to get warmer, and drivers out there on the circuit will certainly be feeling the burn, especially later on in the day. Exhaustion will definitely begin to kick in for these drivers. So hot out there on the circuit, and a huge amount of grip. We can of course expect very quick lap times, and we've had some very impressive lap times early on in the first round of heat. Charlie Worley as well with that exceptional 34.25. Really is a remarkable lap time, but 34.29 set by Cole Edwards is certainly not too shabby either. Still 3 seconds adrift of the race leader, but to be fair, he's managed to hold that gap pretty well. Hasn't let Worley escape any further up the road. A little bit of attention manoeuvre going on as it looks like Ian Bramfield challenging the number 74 of Aaron Yeo for his 3rd place. Desperate to find himself on the podium spot at the end of this first heat. Across the line goes Darren Worley. Neil Brown still a fair amount further back, unfortunately. Those two involved in that incident together, of course, but otherwise it's been a fairly calm display for the most part from the 177s. Touch wood. Gap now stands between the top two of 2.61 now. Cole Edwards actually has done very well at closing that gap. It'll be very interesting to see when they start closer to one another exactly how that does turn out, because at the moment Edwards showing superior pace despite Worley having the fastest lap time. I don't know whether perhaps Worley is just taking his foot off the gas a little bit and trying to nurse those tyres a little bit more. This is the last lap now though. Charlie Worley has been strolling to victory for this one. Will it be more dominant displays from him in the heats that will be approaching? And the checkered flag comes out, and Charlie Worley does win the race. ahead of Cole Edwards. In the end, the gap was just over 2 seconds, so Cole Edwards was closing in, but getting a mix of complacency and holding on to the tyres were perhaps due to that rather than a supreme turn up of pace from the E-plated driver. Ian Brownfield in third, fourth Aaron Yeo with Alfie Cockrell in fifth, sixth Ben Davis with Liam Rabjohn's seventh, eighth goes to Ian Brown with Reece Llewellyn, ninth Alfie Williams finds himself rounding out the top 10 of your 177. Heat 1, next up on Senior Rotax. Of course, this second heat for the Senior Max may be the first time, or will be the first time, that a few of the drivers have taken to the track today. Been a big gap between the practice before 10 o'clock this morning and now approaching 10 to 12. Long time to be out of the card when you're itching to go with your first race of the day, but now these drivers will get an opportunity to do just that. Ryan Taylor-Truman alongside Brandon Klein-Nagelvort on the front row as we are now underway, and there's a big incident there involving lots of karts just on the exit of the S's. 5 different drivers all involved, and almost synchronised spin background and get their race back underway, but not the ideal start for any of those drivers. Just see who has got away with that the most, but that's already split the grid into 3 distinct groups. The front runners, we got the middle of the pack who weren't affected by that incident, and then the rest of the drivers who unfortunately were, and now are having to nurse their karts back into racing mode. It is going to be a retirement for Derek Hunt there, who hasn't had a huge amount of fortune today, I think it's fair to say. Collected by one of the drivers in Heat 1 and retired early, and once again out of the running early doors. Ryan Taylor-Truman is your race leader though, with Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. No changes there with the top 2. They haven't swapped around, they've been on the grid in those 2 positions and now remain in those 2 positions. Finn and Rourke in 3rd and 4th, Owen Allison. Joshua Poulin in 5th and 6th, Joseph Hopwood. It looks like there might be a few changes going on there as Joshua Poulin, he's heading around the outside of Owen Allison. Perhaps that's becoming a slightly more fashionable manoeuvre there, approaching the horseshoe almost on the outside to try and get the inside line for buttons. But there is superior grip to usual, like there is today. Perhaps that is more of a possibility. Seen that attempted by a few drivers and pulled off, of course, very impressively in the blues class. There's contact warning out there though. That's for Jack Maidment, who picks up his black and white flag. One of the novice drivers actually. He's up to 12th though. He's had a good race so far. And Ben Page likewise in the novice. He's up into 10th. Impressive racing from both of these drivers who won't be as experienced as those out on the track, but nonetheless certainly showing the race pace which is making their positions very well earned. Out in front though, Ryan Taylor-Truman has been very impressive from the off, and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort is in 2nd position, hasn't been able to remain on the same kind of pace that Taylor Truman has. Off the line we go. Tim and Walk in third, fourth Joshua Poulin, and Brandon Hay with his debut race today. Not debut race as in here at Clay, but his first race of the day so far. As always, a very quick driver, the number 19. Owen Allison in 6th, 7th Jensen Watts with Joseph Hopwood in 8th, 9th Thomas Rotherham, and James Webb has just slipped down into 10th place. Ryan Taylor Truman is driving superbly at the moment. That personal best of a 33.97, but once again just a little bit further down the order we find the occupier of the fastest lap, and the fastest lap of the race is currently Brandon Hay with a 33.71. It's very well quicker than anyone else actually. I think the next quickest is the 33.97 set by race leader Ryan Taylor Truman. So certainly Hay can hope to be within touching distance of at least second place by the end of this race. 4 minutes left to go then, 4 minutes gone, so halfway through this one, and there's a little bit of a contact there between Hay and Poulin. Definitely came together at the S's there. Don't know whether perhaps Hay was expecting Poulin to get on the brakes a tiny bit earlier. Don't know whether that could incur nose cone penalty. Depends how much contact there was between Hay and Poulin just ahead of him. Brandon Klein Nagelvort still remain your top two though. They haven't actually shifted from those positions at all. They sat in first, second on the grid and at no stage have overtaken one another or been overtaken by anyone else. Now Haig up to third then. Joshua Poulin in fourth. Fifth goes to Cian and Rourke as things stand, with Jensen Watt, Owen Allison, Joseph Hopwood, Thomas Rotherham and Alex Tyler as your current top 10. There's so many drivers there. Even further down the order of the top 10, Joseph Hopwood and Alex Tyler, in their occasions in the past, but those two have been right in the front of the running. Such a competitive start as always, the senior max. Such large numbers as well. Good to see. A little over 2.5 minutes remain, and this has been a thoroughly comfortable drive for Ryan Taylor Truman on the whole. Brandon Haig is up into second place now, so with a little bit more pace, and now with a bit of clear air in front of him, it could be a real shot at potentially closing down Taylor Truman. Don't think he's going to have enough time to do it. There's the yellow flags waving for a car that's facing the wrong way on the entrance to the hairpin there. Waiting for the traffic to go by. Still sat in the car though, so maybe hoping to get going once more. Doesn't look too hopeful at this stage, I think it's fair to say. There's a few drivers who aren't running any longer, unfortunately. Looks like Percy, Wesley, Ben Page and Derek Hunt all out of the running. 1.5 minutes left to go then as Marshall runs over to assist that driver at the hairpin. I think it's James Webb who is surely out of the running here. Hasn't resumed the race as of yet. He tends to think after this much time, if the kart was able to go on, it would. Taylor Truman, his fastest lap of 33.92, and now Brandon Hayes' best effort of 33.68, so significantly quicker, and 0.2 seconds of the second quicker just on that previous lap. So really opening up from Klein Nagelvort and Joshua Poulin, and Cian and Rourke in third, fourth and fifth, who are all yet to be concluding with their battles and squabbles. Off the line goes Brandon Hay, setting a 33.81 this time, still 0.26 of a second quicker than Ryan Taylor Truman. Certainly if there was another minute left on the clock, I think it could start getting hairy for Ryan Taylor Truman, but it's raced so superbly that that margin is insurmountable, even with the superior pace that Haig seems to have. Across the timing line once again, Ryan Taylor-Truman with this 1/2 margin back to Brandon Haig. I remember when Taylor-Truman was in Heat 1, but I don't think he was. Winner of Heat 1 actually was Brown, who isn't part of the running here. Jensen Watts, he came second, and now he's currently in 6th place, so the top driver to have completed 2 heats seems to be Watts at this stage. He had the fastest lap of the race as well. Tiernan Rourke as well, don't discount him. He's had a 3rd and a 5th, so not too bad at all. Well, not actually concluded, is it? That battle between Rourke and Watts, which was on in Heat 1 and remains on in Heat 2. Watts all over the back of Rourke, actually. If he can get the better of him here, that really would put him in good stead for a very high position later on in the final. But it is going to be victory for the number 65, Ryan Taylor-Truman, who led from start to finish, takes the checkered flag, and a thoroughly deserved victory there as he beats Brandon Haig in the end by 1.37 seconds. Brandon Klein-Nagelhorst in 3rd, 4th goes to Joshua Poulan with Tiernan Rourke 5th, 6th Jensen Watts, 7th Owen Allison, 8th Thomas Rotherham, 9th Daniel Yates, with Joseph Foxwood in 10th position. In the last few cards concluding their races now, James Webb across the line in 17th to conclude it. But what a race from Taylor-Truman and Brandon Haig as well. Those 2 drivers definitely to keep an eye out for in the remaining 2 heats for the senior Rotax. But next up is the junior max. Junior Max out on the circuit. Then Harry Reynolds and Cameron Crockett look to be the top two. Now Crockett narrowly missed out on a top 3 position in Heat 1. Would he be able to claim one this time? Has got a higher grid position, which could help him do just that. It's Daniel Beards and Harrison Crook on row 2. Who will get the best run down to Billy? Let's find out as the Junior Max second heat gets underway. Looks like the whole right side of the grid seems to get a fairly decent getaway in comparison to that of the left, where Cameron Crockett had to just filter in actually behind Daniel Beards, who I think was occupying that right-hand row where the pole sitter sits, of course. Harry Reynolds, I'm fairly certain, holds the lead, does still. And Cameron Crockett, I think, has found his way back up into second place, to be fair. We will see what the order is as they come out of the top end and down towards coming up once again. It is Cameron Crockett who's managed to retain second place then, with Travis Chapman up to third, fourth Harrison Crook with Noah Hadley in fifth, sixth Daniel Beards with Matthew Lambert seventh, eighth Harry Rowett, then Ballou in ninth and Lucas Hayden 10th position. There is a kart on the grass there that's, can't see where the driver is. I think that's Jack Goring, who hasn't had the most fortunate starts to this race. Fortunately out of the running before he could hit the end of lap 1. There we go, Harrison Crook in third, fourth Noah Hadley with Daniel Beards fifth, sixth Travis Chapman with Matthew Lambert 7th, 8th Harry Rowett, Ben Ballou and Lucas Hayden. No changes there for the latter half of proceedings in the top 10, but Crook, Hadley and Beards all gaining a position on Travis Chapman. And look how compact the grid is, particularly further down the order, from 10th downwards, I'd say. So that sort of region heading down into the horseshoe, it was bumper to bumper. It really was very close stuff. Reynolds leading from the front with Crockett in second. Hadley, Crook and Beards is your top 5, and fairly evenly dispersed actually, those top 5. Crockett is 0.8 of a second behind race leader Harry Reynolds. That's 6 minutes left to go of these 8-minute heats. And, well, I was speaking to my dad a couple of heats ago actually about how a while ago it used to be the case that heats were a lot shorter, maybe 7, 8, 9 laps you'd get for each of your heats. Now we're seeing 12-minute heats. There's a lot more racing for your money here at Clay Pigeon these days, and the heats are fairly long and competitive, but particularly the finals. Lots of time racing in the finals, which in weather like this might not benefit the driver so much, especially as they're getting continually more hot and sweaty in the seats as this day continues to live up to the reputation that we knew it would have. A beautiful summer's day for this 7th meeting of the championship. Couple of drivers out of proceedings then. Travis Chapman and Jack Goring both have retired from this race. We'll pick up DNX for this particular one. We'll get points, of course. Won't just get 0 points, they'll just get the minimum points they'll get, just added points on the end after everyone else's results. Looking good for Harry Reynolds though to claim a victory here. There's Callum Boyson, who won in Heat 1, and he's currently in 8th place, so he's a little bit further down the order. Struggling to get through, but still making progress. Not going to be over yet, I suspect, that progress either. So Callum Boyson still picking his way up through the order. Yep, up into 7th now as a result of that previous lap. So Callum Boyson climbing through to follow up a first with another result somewhere in the top 5 would definitely be impressive. And then it was Williams who got the quickest lap and second place in Heat 1, but I don't think he's racing in this one. Maybe this is his race he's absent from. Morris was third in Heat 1. It doesn't look like Morris is here either. Interesting stuff. Ethan Lomax has picked up a contact warning there. He's currently in 15th position. Across the line then, Harry Reynolds beginning lap 10 of this race. Noah Hadley and Cameron Crockett in second and third. Daniel Beard fourth, fifth Harrison Cook. It doesn't look like there's going to be many changes there. Noah Hadley was quicker than race leader Reynolds on a previous lap, but only by just over 5 hundredths, and with a gap of over 2.5 seconds, then certainly doesn't look plausible. Cameron Crockett in third is over a second adrift of Noah Hadley, and Daniel Beard's over 3 seconds adrift of Crockett. So we are going to see though 3 different drivers claiming the top 3 spots. No repeats of the drivers who were able to claim top 3 in Heat 1. I think a couple of those drivers may well be absent from this heat, but Callum Boysen picking his way through the order, currently 6th. He's very unlikely to make the top 3. Jack Meakin overtaking Lucas Hayden. Change in 8th place. No changes in the order actually on that previous lap. This race definitely has calmed down a little bit from the excitement we were seeing at the start of this race. Certainly Heat 1 of the Junior Rotax was a lot more tense, a lot closer racing. Can't expect to see it every race though. Fastest lap belongs to our race leader, Harry Reynolds, 34.56, so breaking the trend which we've seen almost in every race up until this point of another driver but the race winner having the fastest lap. Now it looks like that is going to end here because Harry Reynolds with the quickest lap time, 34.56, what is the next quickest lap time? 34.58 I believe it is, which is set by Callum Boysen, who is up into 5th now. There go Beards and Boysen across the line in 4th and 5th, but I don't think Boysen's going to have enough time to close in on Beards here. The next lap should be the final one. 3 seconds left as Harry Reynolds approaches the stop bend, so yeah, not going to have enough time to squeeze out another lap. Last lap board shown, and our final half mile of racing underway. Across the line to seal the win then, Harry Reynolds after 15 laps. Dominant display, led from the off with the fastest lap. That is a thoroughly all-round impressive performance there by Harry Reynolds. As Noah Hadley finishes in 2nd place, Cameron Crockett 3rd, 4th Callum Boysen just narrowly missing out on being in the top 3 once again. Daniel Beards in 5th, 6th Ollie Stevens, Harrison Cook 7th, 8th Jack Meakin, with Matthew Lambert and Lucas Hayden rounding out your top 10 of the second heat of the Junior Max. second and middle heat for the Honda Cadets then. The second heat we've got, where we know there's not going to be two more after it. This is the penultimate heat regardless for the Honda Cadets. And each of the 21 drivers take to the track. They know just how important these races are in order to try and get themselves as high up the grid as possible for the final. Never easy in the karting world to fight your way through the pack. Well, the Cadets is no different. Going to go around one more time, each of the drivers signifying that. Going to be on the front row then. Looks like it may well be Charles Green and Noah Pikes who starts alongside one another, and Green, victorious in Heat 1, now has the perfect opportunity, starting on pole, to follow that up with another win. Will it be that straightforward though? There's anything but straightforward in Heat 1, to be fair. Had company right till the end, but they were able to hold on to that race lead. And now we'll be looking to try and claim 2 wins out of 2 and be the first driver today to do that. Noah Pikes was in second place. Sasha Bagley started in third with Amelie Ackett in fourth. Let's see how each of those drivers got on as we approach buttons for the first time racing. A minute gone, 1 lap completed. Charles Green already in the race lead, as we would expect him to be, of course, having been the victor from Heat 1. Noah Pikes battling with Harrison Whitcomb in second place. We're already beginning to see the top few drivers from Heat 1 form a group towards the top end of this heat as well. Green at the front with Whitcomb in second. That's a familiar sight, as those two traded blow for blow. Had a good few swaps in positions in Heat 1. Let's see if we will see the same in Heat 2. Green does have a little pocket of air to try and escape though. A rarity in Honda Cadets, as I mentioned. Contact warnings galore there as Whitcomb and Pikes both pick up 1 each. Jack West is up to 5th place. He was able to take 3rd in Heat number 1. Would love to follow that up with another positive result. Currently in that 5th though, as Pikes and Spearing ahead if he wants to make that. Freddie Baker, Hugh Moulton both climbing above Cameron Nelson there to get themselves into 7th and 8th. And once again, good to see a large number of novices. Most of whom don't occupy the last couple of positions either, actually, because Travis Rose is actually there, the number 16. On the inside there, it's a good manoeuvre by the number 11. Yeah, that's Amelie Ackett on Freddie Worlock there, late on the brakes into the S's. Good move in that change for 12th. Charles Green and Harrison Whitcomb, not quite as intense as it was in Heat 1, where they really were very close together for the most part. Of course, Whitcomb leading for a decent chunk of that heat as well. Freddie Worlock gains 3 and is into 9th now. Who's the fastest lap belong to? It's actually Hugh Moulton in 7th, so with a lot of these drivers on very similar pace. Here's a driver a little bit further down the order who has set the quickest lap. Thomas Min-Spearing is just 0.27 seconds ahead of Noah Pikes as they continue to battle it out. Let's see, that gap will be absolutely tiny between West and Pikes. It is 0.07 of a second. They really couldn't have been any closer together going across the line in terms of bumper to bumper. But look at this battle as they head into the hairpin once again. Whitcomb and Green at the front. That looks a lot closer too, actually. Whitcomb closed in by 0.15 of a second on the previous lap. Jack West in 4th with Hugh Moulton 5th, 6th, Freddie Baker and 7th, Noah Pikes. That is that mad group of 4 karts that continues to be a continually entertaining battle. And now there is a change for the lead then as Harrison Whitcomb gets himself past Charles Green into the lead of the race for the first time. So Whitcomb, who'd led at many stages during Heat 1, eventually was beaten by Green. Now is leading the way once again. Green is 2nd once again. Thomas Min-Spearing in 3rd, looking on but unable to catch up as things are. Jack West, by the way, he's in 6th place now in the middle of this brilliant group of karts who continue to race very hard. Change there as Noah Pikes gets past Jack West as well in a change for 6th. Absolutely no way of predicting how the middle of the top 10 that pack is going to go, but Harrison Whitcomb, since getting past Charles Green, hasn't been overtaken again. Green, of course, seeking his 2nd victory. Would be a little ironic, I suppose, that if Green, with a not front grid start, able to claim the win, and then when he does start right at the very front, actually he's not able to take the win because Harrison Whitcomb's there. These are the top 2 drivers at the moment, there's no doubt about it. In the final, when they have all of the other very quick drivers nearby them, I'm sure that'll be a very enticing battle then, but still, for the 2 of these 2, it is intriguing. Can't afford to take your eyes off that one for a second. Charles Green all over the rear bumper of Whitcomb as he tries to reclaim that place back. Never nice to go backwards in a race, and at the moment Green from 1st to 2nd will be looking to make amendments for that. Final half a minute though of racing. Next lap will be the final one. Whitcomb hasn't got to hold on a huge amount longer. Thomas Min-Spearing in 3rd. He's getting slightly caught by Freddie Baker and Hugh Moulton in 4th and 5th. Each of those 3 drivers, actually, Min-Spearing, Baker and Moulton, none of whom have made a top 3 so far today, so we'll be desperate to do so. To the top end then, the last lap board will be shown to Whitcomb and Green. Who's it going to be in this last lap of the race? Here they come then. Final time into the S's, and a late manoeuvre from Charles Green puts him into the lead of the race. Will there be any time for Harrison Whitcomb to respond? Just ran a little wide there at Billy's. Charles Green snatched up the opportunity late on the brakes into Billy's. And now we'll take a defensive line into the horseshoe, just making sure that there's enough space for Whitcomb to not find himself in danger at all. But not quite enough. Whitcomb has another look up the inside here, going into the top end. It is going to be Harrison Whitcomb. He comes out of the top end in the lead, and this time he's able to hold on to it, unlike heat number 1, where he was actually in the lead at the same place before Green was able to snatch the victory. But Whitcomb, what a brilliant final few corners from him, as he is able to beat Charles Green to the checkered flag. Thomas Min-Spearing in 3rd, 4th Hugh Moulton, 5th Freddie Baker with Noah Pikes in 6th, 7th Jack West with Cameron Nelson 8th, 9th Freddie Worlock and 10th Lucas Howell. But Whitcomb right at the very end at Billy's just snuck up the inside, was able to get the good run out of the top end and then beat Charles Green by 0.27 of a second. Senior Blues now then, and as I mentioned in heat number 1, Anthony Cleal was one of the quickest drivers out there. Wasn't able to get himself in the top 3, but was continuously quick and kept trading best lap times with David Watts, who starts on row 2 in this one. How will Cleal being ahead affect the battle, which I'm sure we would definitely be seeing, particularly in the final, if the two of them could keep up this momentum against one another there. Closer together on the grid this time. It's Cleal on the front row alongside Sarita Schoen. Who will it be as we get the Formula Blue second heat underway? Anthony Cleal with a good start there, cutting off any opportunities that any drivers may have had going into Billy's line. Taylor Waldron was actually in 2nd place going over the line, but I think Sarita Schoen has managed to reclaim that place and back into 2nd now is indeed Sarita Schoen. Actually no, Sarita Schoen's down in 3rd now, so dropping 1 position from the grid start she was given. Deflated looking Jeff Webster there, who I don't think was able to complete heat 1. Now looks like he's got troubles early doors in heat 2 as well, but he's still racing around, hasn't gone into the pits yet. Anthony Cleal then leading the way. Taylor Waldron in 2nd, Sarita Schoen, Dave Watts and Michael Bell. Not too far away either. Stuart Gray as well, 0.14 of a second behind, so right in the mix-up. Cleal with the early quickest lap then. Is a very quick lap sector though by Taylor Waldron, who in sector 1 goes 13.32. No one's managed to beat that so far. Let's see these sector 2 times. Don't know whether my computer's updating or not. Well, it is just about able to do that. So 0.97 of a second separating Cleal and Waldron. As the current top two. Dave Watts in fourth. I think that was his grid position. Hasn't managed to actually claim any places, with Stuart Gray and Michael Bell not too far behind as well. They're in fourth and fifth. And across the line then, Anthony Cleal begins his fifth lap of this race. And the fastest lap now does go to Dave Watts. Now, is he going to start finding a little bit of pace from somewhere? Because now he is looking a little racier. Just needed the tyres to wake up, perhaps. Just over halfway through this race then. Anthony Cleal with that quickest lap as Taylor Wilson was closing in on the gap, but drama there for one of the drivers who's pulled off in between the hairpin and the horseshoe. Early retirement for this driver then. Who is it? I think might well be Kevin O'Neill, actually. Sat in the cart rather forlornly. Maybe Jeff Webster. I think it might be Jeff Webster, who's had a whole host of bad luck over the course of the day. No, this is Jeff Webster now, so it is Kevin O'Neill. But Anthony Cleal then across the line, sets an lap time of 36.92. And Taylor Walden actually has the fastest lap of 36.83. My goodness, Kieran Quirk and Ron Schoen were side by side going across the line there. Might be a battle only for 11th place, but still racing ferociously. Good stuff to see. Sarita Schoen and Dave Watts, they are third and fourth. And I thought with Dave Watts starting to have a little bit more superior lap times, perhaps he was going to be picking up the order a little bit more and perhaps start challenging Anthony Cleal for a win, which would of course be his second race win in a row. But has actually dropped down the order. Stuart Gray overtaking him, and Dave Watts now finds himself in fifth as blue flags away for the back marker. Sarita Schoen is currently in the lead of that particular group of carts. It's Stuart Gray, Dave Watts and Michael Bell who are also involved. Across the line they go then, those four very close together. Is Sarita Schoen going to be able to retain this all the way to the end of the race? It's going to be a very tough ass. There's some quick drivers in behind. Stuart Gray looks the quickest of them at the moment, and very interesting to see race by race just how the pace is affected there as Dave Watts actually reclaims that position. I think there might have been a bit of contact between Stuart Gray and Sarita Schoen. As a result, it took Gray out slightly wide and Dave Watts able to reclaim that position. But as I was saying, I'm just not sure whether Dave Watts, just race by race, you can lose that much race pace, because he was as quick as Anthony Cleal and leading the race pretty comfortably from the off. But now, race pace only in fourth. And we'll be looking to try and recapture some of his Heat 1 form in the Heat 3, I'm sure. All looking good for Anthony Cleal to claim his first win of the day, though. 36.85 might be 200 slower than Taylor Waldron's best effort, but nonetheless has a 1.6 second advantage back to Waldron, so won't be too concerned by that. Waldron had one blistering lap time, but since has dropped off ever so slightly, and actually on that previous lap a whole half a second slower, so Anthony Cleal rapid in that regard. Highest place novice Kieran Quirk, who's in 11th. On shown is currently 12th, with it's Alan Lewis, who's currently 13th and maybe about to be lapped by some front runners. Last lap board is out then, shown to Anthony Cleal, and before Taylor Waldron was also driving past. He's got over a second gap on either side, Taylor Waldron, so no concern with his own about dropping second place. So Sarita shown surely to take third. Fourth place, which did belong to Stuart Gray for a while. Thought Stuart Gray was going to really push on, to be fair, but Dave Watts, after reclaiming that position, made it his own, and Anthony Cleal wins the race ahead of Taylor Waldron. Sarita shown in third, fourth Dave Watts with Stuart Gray, fifth, sixth Michael Bell, seventh Russell O'Neill with David Waldron in eighth, and then ninth place is Paul Alexander. Ben Joseph in the number 40 rounds out your top 10. In the Senior Blue second heat, Anthony Cleal may have won, but the battle will be fascinating in the final. In formation now for the second heat of the Minimax then. Their second of three, of course. Only the senior and junior Rotax with the 4 different heats. But once again, these Minimax looking raring to go as they came around the top end at some pace there. But now absolutely ready to go. So Andrew Douglas starts all the way at the back, furthest he could possibly be back in 18th place, not starting 19th of course because Donovan Dyer in the novice has a start there, but Andrew Douglas did come second last time out. What can he produce from 18th to try and find himself further on the order? But there's a bit of contact between a couple of drivers at the exit of the hairpin there. A couple of drivers come together, and that is the number 59 of Holly Woolley, actually, who had a really good race earlier on. I think came fourth, if my memory serves me correctly. Can't quite remember, but was able to have a brilliant race regardless. Unfortunately, his result is collided into on this particular race, and as a result, going to be nowhere near the front runners. Actually in the pit lane now. Shame to see. James Pope picked up a contact warning, and well, it was Ben Crossley, I believe, wasn't it, who won in Heat 1. A little bit further down the order for him as well, so a real path between himself and Douglas to get themselves into the leading few positions. And could well see a wholly different front three. Bobby Rosier currently leading the way with Leo Purchase, Finn Smith and Benjamin Bartlett as your current top four. How close together are they, as well as the number 49 muscles his way through, as Bobby Rosier had actually lost that position then, all the way down to third he was at one stage, but finds his way back past, I think it was Smith, to be in second. There is Leo Purchase who leads the way then, Rosier ahead of Smith, with Benjamin Bartlett fourth, fifth Aaron Poole, and sixth Brendan Hill, with James Pope seventh, eighth Oliver Kerr, Ben Crossley 9th, and Billy Edgecombe 10th. So the pace that the top two had last time out, Crossley and Douglas together, see if that can carry them further up the field, and if so, we could be in for a really exciting race, particularly with the current top five as they're running. Jamie von Moxar actually just set the quickest lap time, a 36.63, has a whole lot of open space there at the back. And number 98 really showing what he can do. Rosier ahead of Smith, Leo Purchase in third, and look at the top five, really is bumper to bumper as they head down towards the hairpin. Rosier reclaimed the lead on that previous lap, of course. They don't wait around, these Minimax drivers. They want to get past as soon as they possibly can. As soon as the smidgen of a gap presents itself, they are straight in there trying to improve their position on the track. And once again, this time it is Leo Purchase who leads the way, keeps getting into the lead, dropping to third, getting back into the lead again. An unrelenting battle at the very top as Purchase continues to battle with Finn Smith, and actually Bobby Rosier dropping a couple of positions. There's contact and a couple of them spin around at the hairpin. Two karts involved, one actually I think on top of the other. They're going to have to find their way back onto the circuit. I don't know if they are going to attempt it. Yet one kart off the other now. How are they going to get going? They both have, to be fair. Who is involved in that one? That was Finn Smith and Bobby Rosier, both previous leaders of this race. At one stage it slashes the leading group from about 7 down to 5, and there's a little gap as well between third and fourth. It might just make affairs a little less hectic, but Aaron Full is now your race leader. He came third in Heat 1, so would love to follow a third place up with a first. That would give him a fantastic opportunity at snatching pole for the final, but Leo Purchase all over his rear bumper, and Purchase has already led about 4 separate times in this race, looking to make it a 5th, and he does. Now up the inside as well, finding a narrow gap, but a gap nonetheless. Benjamin Bartlett, he's up into second now, overtaking Aaron Full, and Ben Crossley's having a go as well. Crossley in the number 56, eagerly looking on at this race ahead of him, now so close to him as well. Braden Hill in 5th, just dropped down to 5th on that previous lap, having been overtaken by Crossley. Doesn't look like Crossley's momentum from Heat 1 has dropped whatsoever. Let's see exactly what kind of times not only Von Moxar but also Smith and Rosier can do. Now they're all towards the back of the field. There's a kart going across the grass at the S's there. Definitely did have a coming together with another driver as well, but it killed their speed heading down the Sturdy Straight. Neither driver came off better off as a result of that. And Purchase and Bartlett were the top two the last time out. Let's see what the order is this time. It is still Purchase who's managed to hold on to the lead for an entire lap. I'm not sure any driver's managed to do that so far in this race, such as the have been the chops and changes. But Aaron Full in second position, Ben Crossley in third. Fourth place, Benjamin Bartlett still, but having a look around the outside of the horseshoe there, but gets it a bit wrong. Ben Crossley loses a lot of speed and loses out completely to the current top three. Purchase, Full and Bartlett all open up a little bit of a gap back to Crossley, who's got it all to do to close that gap again. Just under 2 minutes left. This race has flown by. What a joy it's been to watch out there on the circuit. Purchase, Full and Bartlett as your leading trio. Don't disregard those races going on further down as well though, because Crossley and Hill, fourth and fifth, obviously both could still very much latch themselves onto the leading three, but then you've got Andrew Douglas, Billy Edgecombe and Daniel Tribe, who are in a battle themselves as those three drivers. All very close together on very similar pace, and Daniel Tribe as well, another driver to watch because he currently has the fastest lap at 35.94, quicker than any other driver, so much so that no other driver has beaten the 36-second mark. So Tribe's actually 600ths in there. Less than a minute to go then. Purchase, who's actually managed to hold the lead for a good few laps now. Such has been the competitiveness in this race that it looked impossible any driver was going to be able to do that towards the start. Hold a lead for a decent amount of time looked an impossible task. Into the hairpin then, and that is a manoeuvre by Ben Crossley. I think it's on Benjamin Bartlett, so Crossley up into third. All that hard work undone after he just went a little too wide at the horseshoe several laps ago. Had to close that gap and has, and Crossley proving why he was winner and he won. And now having a look up the inside and manages to get past Full as well. So Crossley up into second place. Can he snatch a late win here? Leo Purchase, who's led for a good few laps, I think since lap 9. It's now lap 14 in this race, and well, Purchase, if he's able to hold on to this, it would be a brilliant victory. But Ben Crossley all over the rear bumper of the number 71. The last lap board is going to come out, and it is indeed for those drivers down at Billy's. Crossley on the inside going into the S's. He's surely going to steal that position, which he does. And now got it all to do, Leo Purchase, to try and reclaim that position, which he tries to, goes up the inside of the hairpin, and Full's going to try and follow through as well. A brilliant battle. We're going to see now a five-way battle all the way to the checkered flag as Purchase reclaims the lead. It's Crossley in second place, Full in third, it's Bartlett fourth, with Andrew Douglas in fifth as they come into the top end then for the final time. Who's it going to be? It's Crossley versus Purchase at the very front, but it is just about Leo Purchase who's gets the victory, 0.1 of a second ahead of Ben Crossley, with Aaron Full just 0.05 seconds behind. Benjamin Bartlett in fourth, fifth goes to Andrew Douglas, and Braden Hill then was over 2 seconds adrift of that leading five going across the line. Daniel Tribe in seventh, eighth Billy Edgecombe, with ninth Jacob Gilman, and 10th goes to Jamie Burt. Of course, it could have been a different story for Finn Smith and Bobby Rosier, who came 17th and 18th respectively after they were battling so ferociously at the top for a good amount of time in the race before they came together at the hairpin. But my goodness, Leo Purchase taking a victory as late as he can, just about keeping Crossley at bay over the breadth of the last few corners there. Brilliant race from the Minimax. Next up are the Formula. It's the completely lost where I am. The 177 and the 177 Masters are next up for the final second heat of the day. So the 177s now. William Johns alongside Ben Davis on the front row. And yet another heat underway. The top two actually with a brilliant getaway out of Billy's. They just managed to leave everyone else behind, Rab Johns and Davis. Keep an eye, of course, on both Cole Edwards and Charlie Worley. Each of the top two in that previous race. The number 9 in the E plate, not difficult to remember those particular plates that they have on their carts. Out of the top end there, and across the line now, Rab Johns, Davis and Edwards. Edwards ahead of Alfie Williams now, and seems to be very racy early on, these top three. Could be a case of how quickly Charlie Worley can perhaps fight his way through the pack. Oh, and spun, and there's an incident there just before the hairpin. Not a huge amount of times you see that before the hairpin they come together. That is a very damaged nose on that number, is it 51? No, it's number 54 of Alfie Cockrell, who looks to have been collected there. And well, I don't know whether that will warrant a black and orange flag, but that's a lot of positions lost regardless. Charlie Worley then up to 5th place. That's what we wanted to see. These top few drivers being the quickest few and seeing how well they can race. Liam Rab Johns has dropped ever so slightly out of the running as Ben Davis and Cole Edwards begin to pull away. Edwards still behind Davis for the time being, but he will know that the sooner he gets past Davis, the better really, in terms of trying to keep Darren Worley behind for as long as possible. Sorry, it was Charlie Worley, but Charlie Worley is actually in the pits, so I think he might have been the spinner at the exit of the horseshoe, and as a result, the quickest driver in Heat 1 now out of the running in Heat 2, so that will do a hefty amount of damage to his chances of getting a pole in the final. See what his grid position is in Heat 3 and whether that will give him the best opportunity to go on and take the victory there, which could at least bump him into a top 6 or so spots for the final grid. Davis is overtaken then by Cole Edwards. The pressure took its toll, and Edwards able to manoeuvre himself into the lead of the race. Liam Rab Johns in 3rd, over a second adrift now of Ben Davis, with Aaron Yeo in 4th. 5th is Ian Branfield, and Alfie Cockrell now has picked up the mechanical flag. I did wonder whether that would be the case, and indeed now has gone into the pits. Unfortunately, that's another retirement then, down to our final 12 of running 177 karts. And Davis in 2nd, they're refusing to let Cole Edwards go, and was 100th of a second quicker than the E-plated driver on that previous lap, but no way through. He has yellow flags at Billy's for an incident that's just out of where I can see. Yellow flags waving there. Looks like it might have just been a spinner. Can't see if there's any other drivers involved there. It's number 61 who had to drop all the way down the order. It's actually Ben Johnson who was in 6th place, so will drop down to at least 11th. Not sure where Reece Llewellyn is on the track. I think he's been involved in a few incidents along the way. Now here is Reece Llewellyn. So Johnson now is last on track, which is a shame because he was racing pretty capably in the midfield. Ian Branfield in 5th place has a very quick lap time there, 34.64, quickest of them all. Not quite as quick as they were able to go in Heat 1, but nonetheless a very quick lap time, and goes to show his quality, particularly with some very quick drivers out there on the circuit. For example, Cole Edwards. 4 drivers in the pits now. As we now on our 10th lap of this race. What will lap 11 throw up around as Edwards and Davis cross the line, just a quarter of a second separating them. Well, I have to admit, when Edwards did overtake Davis, I thought that would then just be a case of opening up the gap more and more. Davis falling a little bit further behind, but absolutely credit where it's due. Davis has found a little bit of pace since he's fallen behind. He's able to stay right on the back of Cole Edwards, and his win is far from guaranteed yet. Across the line they go once more. Just over 90 seconds remain of this second heat for the 177s. Ian Branfield ahead of Aaron Yeo now. Still so much grip out there, isn't there? These very quick lap times. Very hot outside, although it is slightly cooler than it was yesterday. Very interesting to see what the weather throws at us in September for round 8. A slow getaway there out of Billy's for Ian Brown. Didn't quite get that right and killed a fair bit of momentum. Heading down Sturmey straight, battling hard, but won't be able to retain that position. And the number 94 of Neil Brand finds himself up into 7th now. So just a bit too much of the cart on the curb there from Ian Brown. And that came back to haunt him in 2 corners' time. Edwards and Davis, though, looks like that might be fizzling out ever so slightly, that particular battle, because I think Davis now 0.4 seconds behind. I just think he's losing touch with a potential victory here as Cole Edwards seeks his first last lap of the race as Cole Edwards heads down the Sturmey straight once more. Ben Davis still close in tow, but not enough that he's going to be able to make a difference in the last half a lap or so that remain. Liam Rabjohns has done well to hold on to 3rd for this time. Ian Branfield in 4th as well, still with that fastest lap. It'd be interesting to see how he gets on in Heat 3 and indeed final. But across the line it is going to be Cole Edwards who takes the win, with Ben Davis in 2nd place. Liam Rabjohns 3rd, 4th Ian Branfield with Aaron Yeo in 5th. 6th is going to be Darren Worley with Neil Brand in 7th and Ian Brown in 8th. Just about ahead of Skivier, who in the novice, ahead of the other novice Ayrton Anderson, conclude the top 10. And Cole Edwards is your Heat 2 of the 177's victor. race now, and their third but not final heat. We are in now the round of heats where there will be the last heats for some of the classes, but Senior Max of course do have 4. They'll be up next in race 19, but this race number 13 of the day sees Alex Tyler alongside Tom Adams on the front row. So far we've had 2 different winners in Brown and Taylor Truman. Keen to go around one more time then, and another formation lap for the Senior Max. Now both previous race winners of Archie Brown and Ryan Taylor Truman are both in this race, so they start in 10th and 13th respectively. See how they get on as they've got to fight their way through the pack. A lot of quick drivers involved though. Even the top 3 you could point at and say, yeah, each of those 3 stand a good chance of winning it. We shall see though. That's the top end they come. Sure, we'll be ready to go this time by, and the Senior Max third heat is underway. Alex Tyler with a better getaway than Tom Adams off the front row. Ready the top 4, beginning to pull away ever so slightly from Owen Allison, who found himself in 5th and actually bumped himself up a couple of positions there. We'll see how they do as up the inside, a change for the lead as Tom Adams reclaims the lead off of Alex Tyler. Now to the top end they come then, the leading few karts, and still the whole field separated by very little, but across the line they go. Tom Adams with Brandon Hayes second, Lewis Halliday third, and Alex Tyler dropping into 4th actually. Did get wide on one of the corners in the latter section of the circuit. There's the yellow flag for an incident at Billy's. I think it was just one spinner, probably contact from another kart there. It's very rare to go around of your own accord, but didn't see who with, whichever kart it was, and they were able to get away with it pretty well. He's the number 93, I think. Oh no, Simon Nagel is still there, so it's actually Ben Page, the number 90 novice driver who was involved in that incident. Now he's got some catching up to do. I expect we can see some fairly decent lap times from him here. Now with a lot of clear space to play with. There's a bit of a gap beginning to form nearly halfway through the field there. You can see just who the quickest few drivers are. Top 8 are a good way clear of Amelia Vincent in 9th. There's a 1.63 second gap actually from Ryan Taylor Truman back to Amelia Vincent. Unsurprisingly, both previous victors in the heats, Brown and Taylor Truman, are involved in that top 8. Archie Brown has actually found his way up into 5th, so he's done really well. Tom Adams, though, he's been in the lead of the race since about halfway through the first lap, and has Brandon Haig in second place for company, but Adams was quicker on that previous lap. He actually set the fastest lap of the race, a 34.06. Anywhere towards the bottom end of 34 seconds is going to be an impressive lap time as yellow flags way for yet another spinner at Billy's, almost identical to the incident that Ben Page was wrapped up in last time. And Ben Page was actually now overtaken, whoever this poor driver is, number 92 of 30, Wellesley. Himself facing the wrong way at Billy's there. Top 3 though, what a top 3. Tom Adams, Brandon Haig and Lewis Halliday, 3 very quick drivers who know their way around the circuit. Archie Brown in 4th as well. There's just no way you can point to any of the top 5 or 6 and say, oh, there's no way they'll win the final. Frankly, completely dependent on the pace that they have later on in the day, how much their racing is up to scratch. Tom Adams completing his 6th lap of the race, so he sets a 34.02. That still the quickest lap time of anyone else out there, but not quite as quick as his previous lap, which was 34.01. So just 100th of a second off his own personal best as he continues to ever so slightly pull out a gap between himself and Brandon Haig, who's desperately trying to hold on, but at the moment Tom Adams' pace is consistently brilliant. And now he does go quicker once again with a 34.00, but this time Brandon Haig is quicker, 33.95. And a really gripping contest this is turning into between those two, as Lewis Halliday now really is dropping off the leading pair a little bit. He's 1.5 seconds behind Brandon Haig. So it does have Archie Brown not too far behind. Across the line goes Tom Adams then. Brandon Haig this time he's another half a tenth quicker than Adams, so closing in. Not at a particularly quick rate, mind you, but Adams, I mean, that is 4 laps in a row now. He's set 34.02, 34.01, and then 2.34 dead. Incredibly consistent, very impressive stuff from Tom Adams. Brandon Haig just dipping underneath that 34-second mark at the moment, which is making all the difference in terms of closing in on the race leader. See the gap this time, and once again he is quicker this time. A 33.87 by Brandon Haig means that he closed in by nearly 2/10, and that is a much more significant chunk of Tom Adams' lead. The winner the last time out was Taylor Truman, with Haig in second and Nagelvort in third. Brandon Klein Nagelvort this time is battling in 12th position, so certainly isn't going to be adding to his podium total. Struggling a little bit in the middle of the pack, but that's what's so brilliant about karting, especially here at Clay. Yeah, lots of very competitive racing and a lot of drivers who we know can be quick and be at the top end who just struggle to compete in the middle of the pack, and because of the superior pace of a lot of the drivers towards the middle of the pack, it can be very difficult to find your way up the order. 10 laps completed. This the start of lap 12 then, as they complete 11. Once again, another blisteringly quick lap time, a 33.89 by Brandon Haig, just 200 slower than his personal best. And he's closed in by another 0.18 of a second, and looks like problems for Derek Hunt once again, who just can't catch a break at the moment. Something wrong with that car. 24 and 34 having a good battle. Louis Bevan and Joseph Hopwood, who are racing hard around the horseshoe. Adams and Haig, though, what a battle this is turning into, with 45 seconds left on the clock. Once the top end they'll come, of course, they'll definitely get another lap in. Across the line they go. Haig, this time 0.01 of a second quicker. And a little bit slower than his previous lap times. Brandon Haig, perhaps now because he is right on the rear bumper of Tom Adams, got to go on to try and get that manoeuvre in. Don't know whether they'll get around one more time. Can't remember what the time was as they went over the timing line last time out. They should get another lap in, I believe. Out of the top end they come with 8 seconds to go, so they will get one more lap in. Tom Adams and Brandon Haig. Adams will be wishing that checkered flag would come soon, because Haig continues to keep on the pressure onto the number 57. Neither of these two drivers have won today, of course. Tom Adams perhaps is slightly more the underdog in this scenario, because he hadn't actually had a top 3 so far. He wasn't involved in one of the earlier races, of course. Out of the top end they come now then to to begin the last lap of the race. Who's it going to be out of Tom Adams and Brandon Haig? Into Billy's blind all over the back of the number 57 is Haig now on to the Sturmey straight for the final time. How defensive will Adams go? Not very. He didn't quite have the pace to launch a manoeuvre up the inside, but at the horseshoe, make sure he does go defensive. Tom Adams will cost him a tiny bit of time, but at this moment, that won't concern him too much. Out of the top end they come, and it is going to be victory for Tom Adams. Haig was closing in, but wasn't quite enough to take the victory from a well-deserved Tom Adams win. Lewis Halliday in third, over 2.4 seconds adrift in the end, with Archie Brown in fourth. Fifth goes to Daniel Yates, with Ryan Taylor in sixth. Seventh, Owen Allison. Eighth, Tiernan Rourke, with Chris Simpson ninth. Alex Tyler in 10th. And then Brandon Klein-Dagelbort in 11th. 12th, Amelia Vincent. 13th, Jack Maidman. 14th, Dylan Brooks. 15th, Joseph Hawkwood. 16th, Louis Bevan. Thomas Rotherham in 17th. 18th, Ben Page. 30th, Wellesley in 19th. And the only retirement after 11 laps, Derek Hunt. Formation lap then for the Junior Max, as a couple of karts a little bit too enthusiastic from the off. And this their third heat of the day then. Race number 14. The Senior Max certainly points to a enthralling final. Let's see if the Junior Max third heat points to the very same in their final. Here we go then. Lomax alongside George Walker on the front row. Who gets the better run down to Billy's? It was Voisin and Reynolds who have both won in heats 1 and 2. Voisin this time starts on row 2, so he's got a pretty good chance of having another decent finish. Well, a few karts have been involved in various incidents over the course of the start of this race. Harry Reynolds is one of them, and the number 23. Fortunately, that looks like a retirement out of the S's. Yellow flag to be waiting for that section, so no overtaking all the way down the Sturmey straight. Often a fairly popular place to overtake, just on the exit of Billy's and entering the first bend of the quick 1-2 of the S's. Around the hairpin though, and has a look at the inside. A good move there by, I can't actually see who it was. Might have been Noah Hadley. With change within the top 3. Let's see exactly who it is as they cross over the line. This is number 17, but I don't think it is. I think it's number 97. But Callum Voisin leading the way. He's of course seeking his second victory. And into the hairpin around that right-hander. Let's just see if anyone can catch up Voisin, because, well, frankly, the number 97 of Lomax, who overtook Ollie Stevens, claiming that second place once again. Well, Voisin had a fairly comfortable victory, if I remember rightly, in Heat 1. Now has got to try and replicate that once again with a lot of very quick drivers breathing down his neck, but another, well, a higher grid start this time. Always going to point towards a more favourable result. for the number 35. To the top end then, the top 6, a fairly big gap actually back to 7th place, Jez Williams. Ollie Stevens in the number 81. He's in 2nd place and really trying to catch up. Callum Boy's in here and put some pressure on. I think, just to be confusing, on the graphic on the screen in front of me, both Stevens and Walker, I think, have different numbers to what they actually have. Ethan Lomax in 4th now. Noah Hadley moves up into 3rd with George Walker falling to 5th then. So, all change. There is a contact warning brought out there. That's for Jez Williams, the number 69, picks up the black and white flag. The first contact warning of this race actually. We approach halfway through the race distance. Callum Boyson still leading the way, still seeking a victory which he can add to the collection, surely would point towards a potential pole for the final. Lincoln Bailey Arneson overtaking Daniel Briggs on that previous lap. Glorious blue skies still. Absolutely no chance of those wet tyres being used today. Williams overtaking Walker and Hadley ahead of Stevens are 2 fairly prominent changes within the top 5. Hadley now the closest opponent of the race leader. Let's see exactly what the times are like going across the line. Well, it's 1.64 of a second back from Voisin to Hadley, who's in 3rd, but what I have clocked is that this driver in 2nd position, so apologies for feeding this misinformation, the driver in 2nd place doesn't have a transponder, so can't read out what times they are on. What I can tell you is for sure Voisin definitely leads. Noah Hadley ahead of Ollie Stevens is definitely the case, and they are in 3rd and 4th. Ollie Stevens actually does have a lot of company from Jez Williams in behind. They were separated by very little going over the line. It's going to make the top 3 this time. Still the only one contact warning does belong to Williams. Fastest lap is Jez Williams is 34.68. He's been involved in many different ways, the number 69 in this race. All of the different battles that have been going on to try and fight towards being closest to Callum Boyson in the front running kart seem to have involved Williams. He's got the fastest lap, he's got a contact warning, involved in many ways. With our final 16 runners now, Harry Reynolds and Jack Goring both early retirements in this race. There isn't a huge amount of time left to go though. Onto the Sturmey straight once more. completed. It is a new fastest lap then. Jez Williams setting a 34.6. Jez Williams and another driver fighting hard. I can't quite see who it is at the moment. Let's see as they go across the line. Battling hard with the number 74 of Noah Hadley then. So Hadley moves into fourth and Williams up to third. Both actually closing in on the mysterious number 17 who, as I've mentioned, unfortunately isn't showing up on Alpha timing. So apologies to those of you listening on the stream as well, if you go back to listen to this stream later. Timer has hit 0 then, so last lap board being shown. Callum Boyson knows he is not too far off victory here, has about a 2-second advantage back to the number 17, coming under increasing pressure from Jez Williams. Noah Hadley in fourth. Walker in the number 39, may have been overtaken actually. We shall see as they cross the line, but this is the last lap now. And across the line, Callum Boyson with the victory. Jez Williams and Noah Hadley in third and fourth. Ollie Stevens in fifth, sixth. George Walker with Ethan Lomax, Lincoln Bailey Armstrong, Jack Meakin, Daniel Griggs, rounding out your top 10 of the Junior Max third heat. Another victory for Callum Boyson. Will anyone be able to stop him come the final? Honda Cadets now then. It's race number 15 and it's the final opportunity for these young drivers to have an effect on what their grid positions are going to be in the final. Race number 20, they might be the third class out of the heat, but they will be the second final. But we are going to have another formation lap. Surely gets going this time. Hugh Moulton alongside Lucas Howell on the front row. Travis Rose and Freddie Baker started on row 2 with Cameron Nelson and Emily Hackett's row 3. Yellow flag out for a spinner at Billy's, but nothing more sinister than that, thankfully. Heading down into the hairpin, officially named Hands, of course. Not sure I've ever referred to it as that since the renaming a couple of years ago. Out on the top then, they come then to complete their first lap. Who is it going to be? I think Hugh Moulton's had a pretty good getaway. I've seen that over the course of the day, actually. And a lot of the pole sitters have been first at the end of the lap, and well, that might not sound particularly rare, but often it is the case that maybe a driver from the second row may find a way to shoe themselves into the leading spot at the end of the first lap, but often it has been the case today where pole sitters have got the better getaway than their counterparts on the front row. Into Buttons once again and drifting out wide on the short straights that separates Buttons from the top end. Across the line we go with the front runners, and it is still Moulton and Baker that occupy the top 2 spots. Howell, Nelson, Green as your current top 5. Green actually gaining 3 on that previous lap, and what a day he has had, by the way, Charles Green. He's had a first and a second. Follow that up with another positive result. There's absolutely no way he won't be on pole. Hugh Moulton battling with Freddie Baker, who was really trying to get into the lead of the race then, but Hugh Moulton absolutely shut the door on that one. Across the line for Moulton and Baker, who have a pretty sizable lead to be content with. Back to Cameron Nelson, 1.21. For Harrison Whitcomb is 0.09 seconds behind, and Whitcomb Green has been a rivalry which has really flourished over the course of the opening 2 heats, and if we'll see more of it, they're once again separated by just 1 position. Round Buttons once again, and the top bend beckons for the front running drivers. Bumper to bumper, Hugh Moulton and Freddie Baker, but they have swapped around now. Freddie Baker leading the way. How quickly will Hugh Moulton opt to respond, if indeed he can do so? Harrison Whitcomb finds himself in third, and at the moment Charles Green, despite making some very impressive progress in the earlier stages, hasn't been able to advance beyond 5th so far. See if he can find a way past Cameron Nelson. It's a long stream of karts actually, where Green finds himself at the moment, sandwiched between a difficult situation really, overtaking or defending. But still a very sizable gap from the leading 2 back to Harrison Whitcomb. In fact, 1.74 seconds back to Whitcomb, so Baker and Moulton clearly quicker at this moment in time, despite having had the better day for sure, Harrison Whitcomb over those 2, but bouncing across the grass there, one of the drivers as he manages to rejoin without too much trouble on the Sturmey straight. May have had a slight bit of wheel rubbing with another driver as he rejoined, but nothing too serious, thankfully. Green and Nelson swap around though, so Charles Green is now up into 4th place, and once again right on the back of Harrison Whittaker. We keep seeing the same two drivers getting in the same kind of battles here. Whittaker this time doesn't look quite as quick though. Green actually does have the quickest lap of the race as well, with a 40.97. Very quick lap time by him as Whittaker opts a very wide line out to the exit of the hairpin, but just enables him to sweep by in front of Green. Ducks his head as well, wants to get all the aerodynamic advantage he possibly can. Heading into the top end, knows that Green is quicker probably at this moment in time. But if things go like this, then Green without a doubt will be on the front row. Will it just be him getting away over the course of the final? Who will be able to stop him on the basis of the form of the 3 heats we've seen? Doesn't look like it's going to be many drivers who are going to be quicker, but Baker and Moulton both looking impressive out in front. Piggott and Spearing overtaking Freddie Worlock. Those 3 all swapping around positions, but there weren't any other changes within the top 10. So Baker and Moulton remains Freddie Baker in the lead after getting into the lead on lap, I believe it was lap 6. Hasn't had a huge amount of pressure to deal with since. I mean, Hugh Moulton is right there, but looks to not be opting to overtake at this moment in time. Whittaker still keeping Green at bay for now. Green would love, I'm sure, to get 3 podiums in a row. No, though, of course, they're not the literal podiums. They stand on the podiums after each heat. But in terms of that, we know there's been a familiar sayings for the top 3 in motorsport. Cameron Nelson in 5th, looks fairly comfortable in that position there, over a second either side of him, so pretty much guarantee that Cameron Nelson will be finishing 5th in this race, and has had a pretty decent day, always within the top few drivers. Going into the S's, and there's contact between a few of the drivers, and the number 22 spins around to avoid it. Very good evasive driving actually by the number 22 there. That's Daniel Haynes making sure that he's not involved with that incident. Could have been particularly nasty if he had made contact. Did the right thing to swerve as harshly as he could out of the way. Really not too heavy an impact there once again as the Honda Cadets get going. Just Haynes and Conrad Barton who find themselves now right at the back of the field. 55 seconds left on the clock. Moulton will be thinking it's going to be now or never fairly soon, because Baker surely on the last lap will start to apply all the defensive measures that he can. Indeed, would be fully entitled to do so now. Harrison Whittaker and Charles Green, a similar situation. Green all over the back of him, but will Whittaker be able to defend right till the end? Green, after a captivating first and second heat finale, was able to win one, but just lost out to Whittaker in the second. In fact, of course, if Whittaker, I forgot that he won in the second heat. If things stay like this, Whittaker will be on pole ahead of Charles Green. So it really is all to play for in these final 2 laps, as Whittaker remains ahead of Green for now. These will surely, unless there's been any penalties I'm unaware of, be the top 2. In what order? I think if Whittaker finishes ahead of Green here, he should take pole, and Green will be taking second and be alongside him on the grid, which is ridiculous to be in the Honda Cadet class, finish first, second and fourth, and to only get second. That is truly remarkable. Credit to Whittaker. A lot of credit to both drivers, to be fair, but down the stony straight now. Moulton on the last lap of the race, can't find a way through, but is he going to look for the outside of the horseshoe? Has been a manoeuvre which we've seen once or twice today, but now on the inside, and has a look around the outside of Buttons. Is going to be side by side all the way up into the final bend, and out of the top end they come then. Moulton versus Baker for the front two positions. It is going to be Moulton, is it? But who's going to take second? Just about Moulton, and they come together after the race finishes. And Moulton ends up facing the wrong way after the checkered flag has actually gone. Not very often you see that, but Freddie Baker in the lead and actually does take the win. Harrison Whitcomb did finish in second place. Hugh Moulton third, and then was facing the wrong way halfway down this straight as well towards Billy's. But in the end, disappointing result perhaps for Hugh Moulton, who would have been hoping for the victory. Just didn't quite have the pace that Whitcomb absolutely hurtled out of the top end with. Whitcomb will be on pole for the final. Charles Green in fourth in the end, but Freddie Baker, what a drive and what a victory for him. Cameron Nelson in fifth, sixth Thomas Wynne Spearing, Jonathan Piggott in seventh, eighth Lucas Howell, Freddie Worlock in ninth, Emily Ackett's 10th. But what a finale, nearly three abreast going across the line. Baker beating Whitcomb to the line by 0.08 of a second, and actually Whitcomb and Moulton were 0.00 seconds apart, so only thousandths separating those two drivers. On their formation lap then, and it was a fairly scruffy looking formation regardless, but the main reason they're going round is because one of the drivers having trouble on the formation lap. I think it is Sarita Shonu. Yeah, hasn't crossed the line yet, so we'll be joining the rest of the drivers. Well, I wonder if she's just going to wait up here and get into formation regardless, but early troubles there with the kart. Far from ideal. Looks like it's going to be Stuart Gray alongside Jeff Webster as your potential front line. So Cleel and Watts both with a victory apiece. Heat 3 is going to be to take the win in the Senior Blues. It's their last heat, of course, all to play for in terms of grid positions. They'll be the first final to get us underway this afternoon in race number 19. Almost three abreast heading into the hairpin, then a little bit further down the order. Some brilliant defensive driving actually by a novice, the number 99 of Alan Lewis, who clearly knows his way around a kart. Paul Alexander there, David Waldron, Anthony Cleel and Taylor Waldron all gaining positions as a result of Jeff Webster dropping all the way down to the back of the field. I didn't see what incident actually caused that, but Webster is now dead last. And Anthony Cleel gaining 6 positions from that first lap. Taylor Waldron gaining 4. Now Dave Watts, after a very dominant display in Heat 1, had a lot more struggles when he had to start middle of the pack and had to try and clear through some drivers. Was able to get through a couple, but then really got caught up behind a couple of the field to the quicker drivers, maybe 4th, 5th, around that kind of area. Anthony Cleal makes short work of it, and it really goes to show how well he knows this circuit and how much experience he does have racing. Already up into 2nd place, and Stuart Gray, once again a Formula Blue driver with an early getaway. This time it is the number 15 of Gray, and Cleal will be doing his best to try to close in on him. Paul Alexander being overtaken by Cleal as there's yellow flags being waved for, once again, something I can't quite see at Billy's blind. Looks like this time it's the number 2, so actually Taylor Waldron, yeah, he was in 4th place, fairly high up the order, and Waldron, he claimed 2nd place in Heat 2, so had a pretty decent result last time out, just finishing behind Anthony Cleal, who will surely be one of the favourites to win here, and definitely one of the favourites to be right up there in the final as well. Only just coming up to 3 minutes gone now. Still a lot of time left. Dave Watts up into 3rd then, so he's made some very substantial progress in just 1 lap, gaining a few positions, and Michael Bell as well, he gained 3 on that previous lap. Very impressive lap from him. Paul Alexander dropping all the way to the back, and Taylor Waldron, of course, having that incident which would have boosted everyone up a position or 2. Approaching the 2nd half of the Senior Blue 3rd heat. Kieran Quirk, another very impressive novice driver. Seems this season particularly we've got a lot of novice drivers who are really racing very well, very quick, and properly in the mix of some of the very capable drivers that we see in a lot of the classes around here. Anthony Cleal closing in on Stuart Gray though. He was a 1/3 of a second quicker on that previous lap and has the fastest lap of the race as well, a 37.21. Stuart Gray's best effort a 37.54, so a fair way off the pace of the driver who's hunting him down. Lucky he was able to get such a massive gap from the off, really. Had a blistering start. Dave Watts in 3rd though. He may well be the biggest threat to Anthony Cleal in the final. There's a few drivers that maybe we're used to seeing in Senior Blues that haven't made an appearance this month, or indeed I'm not sure if they have this season, but often the McLeods I seem to remember threatening Anthony Cleal's position. Dave Watts seems to have taken over that mantle himself now. Russell O'Neill, of course, was a real competitor in heat number 1. Currently the number 6 in 6th place. Kieran Quirk, as I mentioned, with Quirk right there in the mix of some of the very experienced drivers in this class. And in 8th place, no joke, he is definitely a driver to be taken seriously, especially when that novice status disappears and he'll be starting with the same grid foundations as anyone else. Cleal and Gray are now separated by just over 0.2 of a second, and surely Anthony Cleal will be a race leader before long. Stuart Gray can have no response to the pace, and Cleal up the inside at the hairpin and is able to claim the race lead for the first time in this heat. I can't imagine that Stuart Gray will be able to have too much of a response to that. The pace difference is just too great. Might be able to hold on to him for a little while, particularly down the straights perhaps, but I think that Anthony Cleal is very likely to start to pull away from the number 15 fairly soon. Probably 3 or 4 laps remain. Cleo can hold on for a victory. As has a little look up the inside there, but can't quite find a way through it. Now moving on Dave Watts actually, who actually is the number 5, isn't it, on 8. So Michael Bell on David Waldron in a pretty captivating battle for 4. That one's certainly far from over. Just over a minute still left to race. Approaching the back marker there, that shouldn't hopefully cause too much of an issue there, as Dave Watts, who's very likely to be the driver, paired alongside Anthony Cleo on the front row later on. He's currently in 3rd. Doesn't look like he's going to have too much company from any other drivers before the end of this race, I wouldn't have thought. Indeed, is separated by over 4 seconds each way. David Waldron really does have his work cut out, trying to stay in 4th place, because he's got Bell, O'Neill and Schoen all within a second behind him. Michael Bell actually, has he managed to get the better of Waldron now? I think he has, heading into the hairpin, the back marker there as well, but very good racing there. Needs to get out of the way, not interfere with proceedings. Last lap board will be out, and Anthony Cleo not far away from claiming his 2nd victory on the bounce. Stuart Gray will take 2nd, and Dave Watts a certain 3rd. Who's going to be for 4th though? Because currently Michael Bell with that position, Waldron and Russell O'Neill fighting it out for 5th as well. Is there going to be a late change in the order on the S's, and gets on the curb, and it nearly goes very, very wrong for David Waldron there. Loses a whole lot of speed heading down Sturby Straight. But in the end, only losing 3 positions is a whole lot better than losing all of the positions, and causing a lot of damage to the kart. Anthony Cleo wins though from Stuart Gray. In the end, the gap over a second. Cleo was able to pull away. Dave Watts takes 3rd. 4th will go to Michael Bell after a well-earned 4th. And after a incident-filled S's section on the final lap, it is Russell O'Neill who takes 5th, with Sarita Schoen 6th. 7th goes to Quirk after yet another impressive drive from the number 27 novice. David Waldron has to settle for 8th in the end, with Taylor Waldron 9th. Good recovery from him, considering he was last at the from the off. I think he spun on the first lap, if I remember rightly. And Ben Joseph 10th. Rotax, and we are going to have yet another formation lap after a fairly scruffy affair for the second one. Just need to make sure their racing acumen is building up for the race, not for these initial rolling laps, I think. Too over eager, but who can blame them? Have had some brilliant racing so far today, and this is their last chance now. Out to the top end then, the accelerating will start now. Yeah, we are very much away and getting swamped from the off. The pole sitter there, Oliver Kerr, but there's a big incident that carts straight into the tyres. Number 98, that is. That's Jamie von Moxar, who finds himself at high speed straight into the tyre wall. Made a hell of a bang, but driver seems to be up and okay. Seems to be the only driver really involved in that incident. Obviously some contact would have caused him to go there, but everyone else seems to have got away with it. Unfortunate start for the young man. As the top end we go once again though, and across the line, yellow flags waving, no overtaking at Billy's blind, which all the drivers will be very much aware of. Onto the Sturmey straight once again, has a little look behind him, the current leader Billy Edgecombe. He managed to gain a couple of positions, didn't start on the front row, but now is up into the lead after just a lap. Finn Smith alongside, but he's going up the inside at the horseshoe and finds himself now in the lead of the race. I think, oh, there's a bit of contact there. Number 14 bouncing across the grass, but manages to kill enough momentum. He doesn't collect anyone on the way back onto the track. Once again, yellow flags for Billy's. Imagine it will maybe be another lap as well as the marshal sorts out the tyre wall. Finn Smith leading the way then. Billy Edgecombe still in second at the moment. Third place is Gilman, and we've had such a variety of drivers finishing in the top few positions. There really is no way of knowing how this one's going to go. The top end once again on the pit straight, fastest part of the circuit, and Finn Smith with Billy Edgecombe still in second place. Third and fourth now Gilman and Douglas. Looks like Douglas is going to go up the inside, which he does at the S's later on the brakes and successfully completes that move. Douglas has probably been one of the quickest, well, has been one of the quickest drivers out there, particularly in heat number 1. But also, of course, Ben Crossley, the number 56. He's had a win and a second place. Having a lot of drivers swapping around with the top few positions, but Crossley is a consistent driver within the top few. Now yellow flags are gone for Billy's. Any drivers see if they make the most of that. All over the rear bumper of the number 16 of Andrew Douglas is Jacob Gilman. And that is Ben Crossley then overtaking Jacob Gilman. A change for fourth as Crossley once again finds himself within touching distance of the top 3 carts. Andrew Douglas in third, has Crossley very close in tow. Don't discount Gilman or Kerr either, they're both right there. Number 61 of Daniel Tribe with Leo Purchase in 7th and 8th, and Purchase of course winning a truly fascinating finish to the end of Heat 2. Leo Purchase, if I remember rightly, that was right to the wire. We'll be hoping for a similar affair this time, but in 8th place, middle of the pack, just trying to keep in touch with the rest of the top few drivers. Bobby Rosier, of course, was there as well with Finn Smith in Heat 2, but they came together, and as a result they finished right towards the back, I think 16th and 17th, so yellow flag waving for a kart that's off at the hairpin. Finn Smith has certainly had different fortunes at the start of this race, but Bobby Rosier needs to climb a few more positions to really have avenged his own position for Heat 2. across the line come the front runners once again then. Finn Smith potentially on course to claim his first win of the day. Just under 4 minutes left to go. Nearly a bit of contact then between Crossley and Douglas. As Crossley actually getting past Douglas, a fairly significant manoeuvre. Often Douglas has been one of the quickest drivers out there on the circuit, so Crossley getting past him, that does show some very superior pace from him. But the fastest lap belongs to 10th placed Benjamin Bartlett, 36.10, which is the 700ths clear of the next quickest time, which was set by Leo Birches in 8th. So the quickest few drivers, not necessarily out in the top few positions on the track. Not to say that Smith, Edgecombe and Crossley aren't quick, but there are very fast drivers a little bit further down the order that you've definitely got to keep an eye out for in the final as well, if this form is to carry over. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain of the final heats for the Minimax today. 177's up next, of course, before we'll have 2 more heats. Heats 4 for the senior and junior Rotax. Jamie Burt and Jamie von Moxart are the 2 retirements so far in this race. Von Moxart instantly, of course, retired, but Jamie Burt went into the pits at the end of lap 5. To the top end then. It looks fairly comfortable for Finn Smith at the moment. Less so for Billy Edgecombe though. Ben Crossley all over the back of the number 20 now. I can imagine if perhaps only a matter of time was 3/10 quicker on the previous lap, and looks serious business does Ben Crossley at the hairpin. No way through, but at the horseshoe he does have a look, but can't complete the manoeuvre. He will lose a little bit of time for that. A little bit too optimistic perhaps, trying to find a gap there, but Edgecombe had it covered. And enough momentum to carry him through. Looked a fairly late decision there by Ben Crossley to switch to the inside. Andrew Douglas and Jacob Gilman in 4th and 5th. And in 6th place, a little further back, is Daniel Tribe before over a second gap back to Leo Birches, who, I remind you, is one of the quickest drivers out on the circuit. Fastest lap, though, now belongs to Daniel Tribe in 6th, so not far off potentially overtaking Jacob Gilman, get himself into the top 5. But Tribe with that 35.87, a lot of very quick lap times for these Minimax at the moment. Edgecombe still keeping Crossley at bay. Losing a little bit of time at the horseshoe on the last lap definitely cost Crossley, but now 1 lap later, another opportunity to try and do the same perhaps. He does look a lot more certain of the manoeuvre this time, I say, as they come into contact with another. Luckily neither driver spun out, and Andrew Douglas now looking at this battle with some interest. Crossley still unable to find a way through, proving troublesome is Edgecombe, and actually picked up a contact warning along the way, I think there. Ben Crossley was a little optimistic a move, but he looked a lot more set to make it than in the previous lap. Got that contact warning. Edgecombe takes the inside line at the hairpin, doesn't want to concede this position now. Crossley with Douglas right behind him as well. Could be in real trouble, Edgecombe, if he does let Crossley through, because now Douglas is right there. He'll be sure to try and barrel his way through as well. The last lap ball being prepared, that will be at the end of this lap, so just 1 lap to go. This battle's the second really heating up. Crossley or Edgecombe, or even Douglas for second place. Crossley all over the back of Edgecombe still. Now on to the S's for the final time. Down the Sturmey straight. Crossley still trying to heat the pressure on Edgecombe, but Edgecombe had a quick look behind. No, he didn't need to go too defensive into the hairpin for the final time, and at the horseshoe he seems to have learned his lesson, Crossley, in terms of making too optimistic a move there into buttons, and there wasn't a way through. Out of the top end now is going to be a brilliant victory for Finn Smith, and I don't think he's going to be able to find a way through Ben Crossley. He will have to settle for 3rd this time. Still a 1, a 2 and a 3 for Crossley, collecting each of those top 3 positions in order as well. And it should surely be enough for pole position later on. It'll be a really interesting final, this one. There's so many drivers on so much pace. Benjamin Bartlett ended up with the quickest lap time, by the way, a 35.76. He, of course, took that from Daniel Tribe, who ended up 5th. And at one stage, Bobby Rosier was one of the quickest drivers as well. He ended up 10th, so a lot of drivers who could potentially be in with a shout in the final. Time now then for the 177 and 177 Masters. Looks like they're going to go on another formation lap. Not entirely sure why, but they will head round one more time before, or at least one more time before the commencement of their last heat of the day. We'll be seeing this final in race number 23, penultimate race of the day. Looks like it's Johnson who's starting at the front. Ian Brown to be alongside in the number 23. No, that's why we were going around again. It was one of the carts who hadn't got going from the pit lane. Now will try to slot himself into his grid position, but may not be able to get there. Should be good to go this time though for the 177s. Don't get going too early, but now we do. Go away then. It was Brown and Johnson as the top two heading down towards Billy's. I think we have lost a couple of 177s along the way. I'm pretty sure there were more than 14 when we started the day, but evidently a couple of them perhaps with some mechanical troubles out of the hairpin for the first time then. Who does have the early lead here? It does seem to be Ian Brown. He was on pole and has managed to fend off opposition thus far. As per, keep an eye out for Cole Edwards, and unfortunately it looks like Charlie Worley isn't in this race when he was so quick and really beginning to form something of an interesting potential race between himself and Cole Edwards. There's heavy impact there as a couple of drivers into the wall on the exit of the S's. Both into the barrier there. Neither of them look too happy about it, but that is going to be 2 retirements in one go. But yeah, Charlie Worley with a potential battle between himself and Cole Edwards beginning to form. I know he retired in Heat 2, presumably the troubles which he had then have continued and has meant he's been unavailable for Heat 3. I can only hope that he will be racing in the final, as that had a potential to be a really mouth-watering final with the pace that they were both on. Darren Worley leading the way now then. Ian Brown has been firmly pushed down the order. It's Rabjohns and Brands that were both involved in that incident, but actually Liam Rabjohns has got going again. So the number 24 of Liam Rabjohns still racing. Thought it was going to be a retirement, but no, he's going straight to the pits, so just thought he'd get his kart all the way around. The novice of Chris Scivier climbing the order. Up to 10th now. Darren Worley then in the front with Ben Johnson, Cole Edwards, who's always there or thereabouts, but here is the number 73 across the line, and Darren Worley. Edwards now with Branfield as well. They've overtaken Johnson, and well, Brown and Johnson, who are on the front row together now, 6th and 4th, so struggling a little bit to maintain their early form because they were top 2 for a little while, but now Darren Worley in the lead. He's got a very firm lead as well as Cole Edwards looks to escape from Ian Branfield, who just overtook in that previous lap. 5 minutes left of this final heat for the 177s. Across the line goes Darren Worley, quickest lap time so far, 35.12 for him, but Cole Edwards goes better, 34.89. Over 0.2 of a second quicker, of course, which that gap closing, and with Ian Branfield close in tow behind Edwards as well, absolutely utilising the slipstream that he will have available to him in this close proximity of Edwards. With the 2 long straights on the circuit as well will be where that is most prominent, of course. He just sits onto the back of Edwards. Maybe he'll have a chance of catching up Darren Worley as well, because clearly Edwards' pace is superior to Worley's as things stand. Ben Johnson and Ben Davis battling it out in 4th place. It looks like Davis up the inside of Johnson there. Good manoeuvre. And into the horseshoe. Is going to drift wide. No, manages to control it well, and Johnson has to settle for 5th for now. Alfie Williams and Aaron Yeo overtake Ian Brown on that previous lap, so 6th and 7th, pushing up into those positions. Davis then up into 4th. Ian Brown reclaims the position there actually. Looks like Aaron Yeo has run into some trouble along the way. Across the line he comes, and what has happened on this previous lap? Because Yeo and Scivier are... Oh, they haven't crossed the line, so there's an incident at the top end actually, right on the entrance to the pits. At least they won't have to take the carts very far, but that's coming together, and an early retirement for both of them. Already down to just 10 drivers for the 177s. I hope a few can get their carts fixed by the time the final rolls around. Undoubtedly will be out at the final marshal post on the circuit. Top 3 really bunched together now then, as Cole Edwards has continued to eat the gap that Worley had. How much of a battle will Darren Worley be able to put up as into Billy's once again? Still got over 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left, so a long time. Edwards opts not for an inside manoeuvre at the S's, which has been a popular one today. Down towards the hairpin, Darren Worley defensively down the straight, leaves the door slightly ajar, heading into the actual corner, but into the horseshoe, no way through there. And Edwards with Branfield currently in second and third, just looking as to whether they can get past Darren Worley in the next couple of laps, or whether it's going to be a last-ditch effort by the pair. Just imagine, with this close proximity, if Edwards is to find a way through, then Branfield will certainly try his best to make the most of that. This is lap 11 of the race now, probably about 4 to go, 4 laps to go or so. It's just the case of whether Worley will be able to hold on for that long. Fourth and fifth looks fairly set. Ben Davis and Ben Johnson don't look like they're going to get their positions interrupted. Into Billy's just craftily placing his kart in the middle of the circuit there, Darren Worley, but now Cole Edwards does have a good run and gets himself into the lead of the race once again, later on the brakes and into the S's. No way to respond for Darren Worley, who's instantly looking for a response. Has to settle for second at the moment. Ian Branfield now right on the bumper of the 73. Is that going to be a swap before the end of this race? But now Edwards in the lead, having gotten past Darren Worley. Just the case whether Ian Branfield will be able to do the same. I don't think there's much chance of anyone stopping Cole Edwards now. It's almost certainly going to be pole position for Edwards as well, I would have thought. Ben Davis in fourth and Ben Johnson, increasingly lonely figure, in fifth. I'll tell you what, fourth place, Ben Davis has actually done very well at catching up with the top three. He closed in by over half a second on that previous lap, and yet another 10th this time. 18 seconds left. This will most certainly be the penultimate lap of this race. It's just the second place which really seems unsolved. E-plate of Cole Edwards, surely on his way to claim 2 victories in a row. Darren Worley and Ian Branfield in second and third. And Davis in fourth. Don't think there's going to be any changes there. Not the most dramatic last lap in the world. Just think Worley had a little bit too much in the tank for Ian Branfield to really be able to properly attack. But it is going to be a victory for Cole Edwards. Darren Worley in second, Ian Branfield in third, Ben Davis fourth, Ben Johnson fifth. It'll be Alfie Williams going across the line here to claim a sixth position. Then Ian Brown, Reese Llewellyn, Ayrton Anderson as the highest placed novice in ninth, and Alfie Cockrell ends the race in 10th position and concludes the race as well, because we had 4 retirements in the form of Yo, Skivier, Rabjohns and Brand. Next up will be the Senior Rotax race number 19, Heat 4. 16 drivers take to the track then for the fourth heat of the Senior Max. They will be underway shortly. A slightly smaller grid than we've seen for the most part for the three heats, but this one slightly reduced in size, of course, because it's each driver only competing in 3 of the 4. Jensen Watts alongside Daniel Yates looks like he's going to be on the front row. Just all about how they can take this home then. To be fairly clean through the first corner, but not so much into the S's. There was a car latched onto the back of the other one there, and the number 28 was fully the front 2 wheels off of the track and onto the rear bumper of another kart, but has managed to unconnect himself and get going again, and seemingly no damage done. Jensen Watts with an early lead. I think it is the number 36. Let's see. Yeah, across the line. Indeed. Daniel Yates up into second place. Actually, a terrible start from Chris Simpson, who finds himself all the way down in 9th now, having started alongside Jensen Watts on the front row, so just got swamped. And unfortunately finds himself a lot more positions further back. These drivers, of course, trying to fight their way for some championship points, but mainly for the grid for the finals later on. Returned up to second place now, and once again, as we saw earlier on with Chris Simpson in lap 1, Daniel Yates this time just getting swamped and falling all the way down the order. He's down into 8th place now. Chris Simpson's actually 16th, so I think he's got he's been involved in an incident somewhere along the way. And Jensen Watts, a really good start for me. Had the fastest lap in heat 1 and came second. Certainly not a driver to be taken lightly, and will be one of the front runners, I'm sure, in the final. Sure, will be on for a grid start in the opening, in the first 2 or 3 rows at the very least, I would have thought. Reese Hurd, Tom Adams and Lewis Halliday making a tight-knit group for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And not too far behind is Ryan Taylor-Truman and Brandon Haig. Another 2 very quick drivers, and that is the thing with this Senior Max class. Any single one of the top 6 at the moment, you could say, could very feasibly win the final. Yes, not this heat perhaps, because of the advantage that Jensen Watts already seems to have, and from the pace we know that he has. Superior to everyone else in that regard in heat number 1, but this batch of 5 karts that is not far behind Jensen Watts, they will all know that each and every position they chop and change could be crucial for their grid position. Reese dropped a couple of positions now, he's in 4th. Lewis Halliday and Tom Adams boosting themselves up into the top 3. Tom Adams in 2nd place, a consistently very quick figure when he was in the junior class. Now in 2nd place in the seniors on this heat. Out of the top end then, and now Jensen Watts, his lead cut to just 1.1 seconds, emphasis on the just being sarcastic, still a very massive margin, but Tom Adams is quicker than him. Over halfway, no, not quite halfway through this race. I wonder whether Tom Adams has got enough time to catch up Jensen Watts. Halliday, Taylor-Truman, Haig all overtaking Hurd on that previous lap, so Reese Hurd getting pushed out of the battle for the real front runners in the top end of the spectrum. Doesn't quite seem to have the pace that the other drivers do at this moment in time. Fastest lap belongs to Archie Brown, 34.11 by the number 72, who's currently sitting in 7th position, so behind Reese Hurd, potentially more moving down the order for Reese Hurd, who's done really well to hold on to that position for as long as he did, but with all these incredibly quick drivers, it's going to be hard to hold on. Another good few laps there for a few drivers, Jenson Watts and Lewis Halliday of the top 3, both setting personal bests. Watts' lead is now cut to 0.84 of a second. Once again, nearly a tenth quicker is Tom Adams. Not quite the kind of difference that we saw with Cleel in the Formula Blues, where he was catching up by 3 tenths or 4 tenths each lap. But still enough to perhaps unnerve Jenson Watts in the lead, and enough that in 2.5 minutes time may well be right on the rear bumper of the number 36. Ryan Taylor-Truman remains in 3rd, with Lewis Halliday and Brandon Hayes 4th and 5th. Not far off proceedings whatsoever, and Reese Hurd hasn't been dropped from the pack by any means. He's still very much there. There's a presence throughout this heat. And in this top group, which is a very interesting battle. Not a huge amount of overtaking, but in terms of the sheer pace that all the drivers seem to occupy, fascinating in that regard. Jenson Bond overtaking Louis Bevan in a change for 12th. That was the only difference in positions though on that previous lap. Just under 2 minutes left to go then. I don't think Watts is going to be caught by Tom Adams. Watts has responded with some really positive lap times of his own, 34.26. Enough to fend off Adams for at least a couple more laps, and then another 34.26, exactly the same again. And Tom Adams actually does go a little slower this time, so Jenson Watts solidifying his place in the lead and what will be his first victory of the day as well. Tom Adams seeking his 2nd in a row. Ryan Taylor-Truman in 3rd has actually managed to drop Lewis Halliday and Brandon Hayes somewhat on pace, and finds up closer to Tom Adams than he does to Halliday. Halliday and Haig in 4th and 5th. Still with the company of Hurd, Brown and Yates, all of whom very quick drivers in their own right. Fastest lap does belong to Archie Brown, still that 34.11, which was set a couple of laps ago. He's still holding on to that in 7th place. No one has gone quicker. Doesn't look like there's going to be any imminent changes, particularly with the top 3, but 4th and 5th, I wonder. Halliday under a lot of pressure from Brandon Haig, and Reese Hurd is right there as well. Difficult positions, each of the 3 in the middle of that, so that's Haig, Hurd and Brown, all of whom will want to attack, but very aware that if they do make a mistake in that, and they've got drivers to pounce on that and take advantage of that, just in behind them. Across the line we go then to begin the last lap of the race. Jenson Watts is surely on for a victory here. And Tom Adams 2nd and Ryan Taylor-Truman 3rd, but for 4th, who is it going to be? At the moment it's still Lewis Halliday in charge of that position. Looks like Reese Hurd may be under increasing pressure. I think in fact he has dropped a position. I think Archie Brown now up into 6th. In terms of the top 3, doesn't look like there's going to be any changes there. Jenson Watts did well to respond, to keep Tom Adams at bay, and to claim his first victory. Jenson Watts, your winner in the 4th heat, with Tom Adams in 2nd, Ryan Taylor-Truman 3rd, Lewis Halliday 4th, beating Brandon Hayes to the line by just 0.12 of a second. And then Archie Brown in 6th, 7th Reese Hurd, 8th Daniel Yates, 9th Joshua Poulan, and Thomas Rotherham in 10th place. But the pace that's displayed by the front runners in the senior max class is truly extraordinary, and Archie Brown does take the fastest lap at the end of the 34.1. Watts wins it, and yes, soon the grids will be published. We will see who the front few rows are as we turn our attention to the final heat of the day, the Junior Rotax. turn our attention then to the last heat of the day. It's the Junior Max. Looks like Ben Ballou and Jez Williams on the front row. Looks like we are racing then for the last time in this heat. Oh, the three karts come together then at the first corner, but didn't look too serious an incident. In fact, I'm not even sure any of them were facing the wrong way, just all got interconnected there, I believe. See what the order is coming out of the first lap. I wasn't entirely aware that we'd even started the race, to be totally honest, but Jez Williams in the lead then. There's the number 17 of Jordan Morris, gaining 6 positions. A very impressive start from him, gaining 4. Harry Reynolds as well. Another shout out to another very quick driver. 11th to 7th for Reynolds. Got Williams and Wells as the top 2. See as they go over the line what the kind of times that we can be expecting to see. So Williams is notably quicker than Toby Wells at this point. He's already got a lead of over a second, so at the moment does look good for Williams. Ballou and Rowett as well, not sure how quick they look in comparison to the race leader either, but Harry Reynolds is making a lot of progress and climbing through the order, and the sooner he can cut through the traffic, then I'm sure he may be able to offer something of a threat to Jez Williams. So far for the junior Rotax, we've had 2 different winners in Boyson and Reynolds. Harry Reynolds now forcing his way through the order, and well, Boyson isn't involved in this heat because he was involved in 1, 2 and 3. Didn't have the best second heat though, so I don't know whether the door is still open. As there's a big incident on the exit of the horseshoe there, of the hairpin, sorry, and well, a couple of carts were stopped there, but sensibly wait for the traffic to pass before trying to pull back out into it. They just came together on the exit of the hairpin and found themselves losing all those positions, and that is very unfortunate. Toby Wells and Ben Ballou, who are both in really promising positions, and unfortunately they've dropped all the way back to 16th and 18th place now. So that is really unfortunate for both of those 2 drivers. Shame to see. It'll be a real disappointment to them. Rowett, Stevens, Hadley, Beards, Bailey, Arneson and Walker, your current top 10. Stevens and Hadley both pick off Beards in that previous lap and push Beards down into 8th position. Another slow exit out of the hairpin. Seems to all be going on in the hairpin there. The car's not sounding too healthy there as down Sturmey straight, but well, one of the carts, I did notice the driver all the time in the air, so comes into the pit lane. That was actually Harry Rowett, who was, I believe, 5th or maybe 6th place before he went into the pit lane. So unfortunately his race looks to be over as well, and he'll drop all the points and get points for 18th position. 2 contact warnings we've had so far, Ollie Stevens and Toby Wells. They are both, well, Stevens is 9th and Toby Wells down in 17th position. Toby Wells presumably deemed guilty of the incident which caused him and Ben Ballou to drop down the order. Ollie Stevens picking up a black and white flag as well, a little slap on the wrist by the officials there. Jez Williams with a thoroughly comfortable lead at the moment and continues to only go quicker, with Jordan Morris and Harry Reynolds his closest opponents who can't keep up with him. Williams just set a 34.89 on that previous lap, which was the quickest lap of the race. And Morris Reynolds, both sitting on lap times just above the 35-second threshold. Bradley, Beard, Stevens, Walker and Davies concluding the back end of your top 10, but there's a lot of very watchable fights going on throughout as they tussle for those positions. And looks like Allison overtake there for the number 81, I think, Ollie Stevens. It was better of Daniel Beards, or was it Ollie Stevens reclaiming a position? Across the line we go then with the front runners. Absolutely no worries at all for race leader Jez Williams, who with that fastest lap didn't quite go as quick the next lap, but that lap which he just set, 34.94, was still the second quickest lap time we've seen so far in this race. So even when he's not going as quick as we know he's capable of, he's still the quickest driver out there. So Williams, with this late spike in form, he could definitely be rivaling Boysen at the very top of proceedings in the final. It's Junior Max final, by the way, race number 22, so have 3 finals before it. Blues, Cadets and Minimax take to the track before these guys do again. Battle for seconds still going on as Harry Reynolds and Jordan Morris still fighting down for that position, but it does look more and more like Harry Reynolds is beginning to solidify that now. Across the line they go, and Jordan Morris has dropped off by a tenth, so Jack Leakin in 4th. He's looking on, but a bit too far behind to be able to consider an opportunity, I'd say. A lot about the lead of Jez Williams. My goodness, it's certainly going to be the most dominant play of the day so far. It's going to be over 5 seconds by the end of this race. That much is pretty much guaranteed unless he does go into tyre saving mode. He's incredibly satisfying winning a race in such dominant fashion. Does look for the most part though, and so is going to be race order pretty much decided by now. Can't imagine a huge amount is likely change between now and the final few seconds. Seconds left to go. Jez Williams, where is he on the circuit? Don't know if he's going to get another lap in or not. The number 69, no he's not, so the next lap will be the final one. Another 15 lap heat for the Junior Max. And what about the dominance of Jez Williams then? 5.3 seconds of advantage over Harry Reynolds heading into the final lap, and well, the Reynolds-Morris conversation is pretty much concluded now as well, with Reynolds just finding a spike in pace which enabled him to pull away from the number 17, but a thoroughly dominant victory which will be his first win of the day as well for Jez Williams. He'll be one to watch in the Junior Max final later on, and he does take the victory then. It will be over 5 seconds back to Harry Reynolds, with Jordan Morris in 3rd. 4th place goes to Noah Hadley, with Jack Leakin in 5th, 6th Lincoln Bailey Arneson, with Ollie Stevens 7th, 8th George Walker, 9th Daniel Beards, 10th Harrison Crook, with Cameron Crockett in 11th, 12th Callum Davies, and 13th Ben Ballou, with Toby Wells in 14th, 15th Razor Sarirathan, and Daniel Briggs through Perry. Harry Rowitz will take points for 18th, but he did retire in lap 6. That then concludes your actions for the heats of round 7. Williams winning the last heat of the day. We'll be having a short lunch break before we turn our attention to the finals. Formula Blues should be first out. and we'll be back underway with racing fairly shortly. Hello, welcome back, and it's the Senior Blue Finals that will get us underway with our 6 finals this afternoon. Formula Blues first up. Anthony Cleal has accumulated 87 points over the course of the day, and that's enough to put him 2 points clear of Dave Watson on pole position. Watts alongside Bell and Sarita shown on row 2, Russell O'Neill and Stuart Gray row 3. Anthony Cleal, you have to say, is the favourite. But, well, looks like they're going to go round one more time. Gives me a chance to read the rest of the grid for you. Taylor Waldron starts on row 4 alongside Ben Joseph, with Kieran Quirk, the novice of course, starting inside the top 10, 9th on the inside of the grid, with David Waldron alongside him. Ron Schoen and Paul Alexander on row 6. Alan Lewis and Kevin O'Neill are 13th and 14th, with Jeff Webster at the back. Hopefully this will be the last of the formation laps, and the Senior Blues will be underway with the first of our longer races of the day. 12 minutes plus the often eventful 1 extra lap, of course. Out of the top end we come. Won't be long now before we are racing. And indeed we are then with the Senior Blues, their final very much underway, billowing smoke as all of the karts get underway, accelerating as quickly as they could before the first corner. Anthony Cleal, as predicted, out in front in these early stages. Let's just see if anyone else can challenge him, or whether it will be a runaway victory for Senior Blues number 1. Dave Watts, who was the only other driver to take a victory, to snatch it from Anthony Cleal, and in a very dominant fashion to the so well in heat number 1. Didn't quite show his pace after that, but he's up into second place now. Michael Bell and Sarita Schoen started alongside each other on row 2, and looks like they've remained in their positions as well. In fact, barely any position changes on that first lap. Taylor Waldron leapfrogging Russell O'Neill though, so he managed to climb 2 up into 6th. Now to the top end they come once again then. Stuart Gray swapping positions, so Taylor Waldron really is on the charge. Might not have had the qualifying results he would have hoped for, but does now find himself in 5th. Anthony Cleal leading the pack then. Dave Watts in second, third Michael Bell, Sarita Schoen, Taylor Waldron, Stuart Gray, Russell O'Neill. There's your current order of things. Into our final 10 minutes of racing for the Senior Blues. Hasn't been a huge amount of note so far. May well just be warming up though into an extremely heated affair. We shall see. Anthony Cleal continuing to run away from the rest of the pack. No one able to challenge him as of yet, but second place is a lot more up for debate. Michael Bell continuing to put pressure on the back of the number 3, Dave Watts, who started alongside Anthony Cleal on the front row. Will want to keep Michael Bell at bay for as long as he can, and then it's a brilliant battle actually, which is starting to form from 3rd onwards. Currently, no, sorry, 4th onwards, as Sarita Schoen looks to have lost the position there. I think Taylor Waldron is really on the charge, has shown a lot of pace early doors. Across the line though, it's actually Stuart Gray, and Taylor Waldron actually lost the 7th now, but Russell O'Neill and Sarita Schoen also in there. So Stuart Gray 4th, 5th Sarita Schoen, Russell O'Neill 6th, and 7th Taylor Waldron. Fastest lap, unsurprisingly, does belong to our race leader, Anthony Cleal, with a 37.22. This is quickest so far. Separated by 0.3 of a second over the line, but Stuart Gray has very much pulled away from Sarita Schoen, Russell O'Neill, and started to latch onto the back of that Bell-Watts battle, turning that into a three-way battle. Sarita Schoen maybe looks like she's struggling a little bit with pace. Russell O'Neill has managed to get past now. Has often been, over the course of the day, say within in and around the top 4 or so. And now to be 6th would be a fair way off the pace of Russell O'Neill just ahead. I wonder if there's been some contact somewhere, and now she is struggling with the performance of the car. Second, third and fourth, and that is the battle we are watching for this one. Dave Watts currently occupying a position which Bell and Gray will be keen to take from him. Really impressed with Gray over the past couple of laps, to be fair. He's separating himself away from that group and put in some blistering lap times to catch up to the likes of Watts and Bell. Now climbing up into third, actually. Yeah, just a fairly comfortable move in the end. Didn't have to think too cleverly about that one, just up the inside later on the brakes. Jobs are good. Michael Bell slips to 4th, Stuart Gray into 3rd now. Will he be able to turn the pressure up on the number 3 of Dave Watts? Actually does have the fastest lap as well, Stuart Gray. I wondered if that would be the case at 36.98. That kart is incredibly fast at the moment. Into the hairpin, can't quite replicate it now. In fact, does go slightly wide. Michael Bell is sure to try and take that position back, but I don't know if he'll be able to do so. Stuart Gray trying to hold him off, and he does just about, but that cost him a fair amount of time back to Dave Watts, and I think any potential chance that Gray would have had at getting past Watts and then to challenge Anthony Cleal for the lead might just have disappeared with that, to be honest. I think Cleal now is surely set for a victory unless there's a mechanical failure. But Gray can still very much hope for second place, and well, I don't think Dave Watts, if he were to be overtaken, there would be any response that he could feasibly have. It's been pretty much slower throughout, but few different personal bests getting set throughout the field. Russell O'Neill, Sarita Schoen and Anthony Cleal all set their fastest laps on that previous one, but Stuart Gray goes quicker, 36.98, and well, he just set a 37.22. It's not quite as quick as his personal best, but still an impressive lap time and quicker than everybody apart from the race leader, who's continuing to open up that gap more and more. Now stands at just over 3 and 3.1 seconds. Stuart Gray, though, having pulled away once again from Michael Bell, he's going to have a second bite of the cherry for Dave Watts, or at second place. Let's see if he has the facilities to attempt to do just that. About 4.5 minutes remain of this Senior Blue final. Cadets next up, of course. That's bound to be an exciting one. And I dare say, probably a fair amount closer. To the overall pack being closer together. Taylor Waldron has pulled into the pits, meanwhile. I hadn't noticed till now, but yeah, Taylor Waldron out of the running after 6 laps, decided to into the pits, and that's an unfortunate end to what was a promising start to this race. Currently leading the way then, having very few problems at the moment. You'd say the only problem perhaps he does have is that Stuart Gray's ever so slightly quicker than him, but Anthony Cleal will not be too concerned about that. Even in body language, he seems to look fairly laid back in that number one kart. Really bunched together now, Dave Watts and Stuart Gray, with Michael Bell still there as well, of course. It could be a potentially challenging situation here for Stuart Gray, who clearly has superior pace to Watts, but can't quite find a way through as things are. But now he has done. I've managed to overtake then out the hairpin into second place in the lead of this mini battle we're experiencing. And I can't imagine Dave Watts will quite have the pace to be able to respond to that. Ben Joseph climbs a couple of positions into 6th, as does Paul Alexander and Kieran Quirk, as Sarita Schoen and David Waldron look to have dropped right out of the order. I don't know whether they've collided somewhere. Well, I can't see any yellow flags, so I assume not. Alexander and Kieran Quirk both overtaking Ben Joseph on that previous lap. Joseph moving down to 8th. No other changes though. Kevin O'Neill remains in 10th. Alan Lewis in 11th, and Jeff Webster, the last of the cars, still running in 12th position. Anthony Cleal crosses the line, setting a 37.64, 0.6 of a second slower actually than his best other lap time. Stuart Gray as well. I wonder if each of their tyres are beginning to get a little more tired, because 37.67 as well, fairly consistent with the pace of Anthony Cleal, despite having a significantly quicker personal best. Stands between Cleal and Gray at just over 3.3 seconds. Last lap of this race then, Anthony Cleal has driven faultlessly start to finish. He's always going to be the favourite, and he hasn't disappointed in that regard. No problems at all for Senior Blues number 1, and Clay does win it. Stuart Gray in second place. Michael Bell in the end was closing in slightly and only 0.24 of a second adrift, but Stuart Gray, once he got in second place, I don't think there was much of a chance of him losing it. Dave Watts in fourth, fifth Russell O'Neill, with Paul Alexander in sixth, seventh Kieran Quirk, with Ben Joseph, Ron Schoen and Kevin O'Neill as your top 10 in the Senior Blue final. Time now then for the Honda Cadet final, one of the most watched finals when it comes to Clay Pigeon Kart Club attendance. Harrison Whitcomb will be starting on pole alongside Charles Green. A brilliant rivalry is formed with those two over the course of the day. Can't wait to see more of it in this 12-minute race. Freddie Baker, Hugh Moulton on row 2, Thomas Minspearing, Cameron Nelson, Freddie Worlock, Lucas Howell, Jonathan Piggott and Noah Pikes rounds out your top 10. It looks like they're going to go around one more time as well. Emily Ackett and Jack West on row 6. Row 7 is Travis Rose and the novice of Zach Harrison, who has evidently raced pretty well over the course of the day to get himself that high up the order. Sasha Bagley and another novice in the form of Ethan Griffiths in 16th. Then Max Lovell, George Biggs, Daniel Haynes, Conrad Barton, Henry Cottrell and Archie Dyson as the back of your 22 kart strong Honda Cadet grid. Let's see how they get on the track then. Remember, Whitcomb versus Green on the front row. Has been brilliant seeing these two trade blow for blow over the course of the day. Let's see how they get on now. It's most certainly going to be underway this time. Gets away much better than Green as they do get underway now. Sluggish start actually for Harrison Whitcomb. Didn't quite get away at the kind of pace that Charles Green did. Into the S's and pushed out wide. One of the drivers then comes back onto the circuit, collecting another one of the carts, goes onto the grass, barges him out there. It'll be interesting to see what the marshals have to say about that one, but there's no damage to either of the carts, I don't think. There was just a bit of barging with each of the carts there. There's real wheel-to-wheel stuff from each of the drivers involved in that one. Now to the top end they come then, with so many laps in this race coming up. Charles Green, who currently leads the way, very early doors of course, with Hugh Moulton and Harrison Whitcomb as the other two in your top 3, who have pulled away pretty well from Cameron Nelson, who's currently in 4th place. He's always been there and thereabouts over the course of the day. Freddie Baker, Jonathan Piggott, Lucas Howell, Freddie Worlock, Jack West and Thomas Minspearing. It's your current top 10. Baker, of course, won in Heat 3, Freddie Baker. He's now up into 4th place, actually overtaking Cameron Nelson, but doesn't look so close to the top 3, but reclaiming his position then, Whitcomb up into 2nd place, past Hugh Moulton. Moulton down into 3rd, but as I mentioned, Freddie Baker now at the top of the tree in terms of the battle for 4th. So wonder if he has the pace to catch up to the top 3. Hugh Moulton now at the back of that because of Whitcomb's overtake, and once again we see it's Whitcomb and Green as the top 2. Charles Green leading the way after a great start from the number 77. They head down and over the timing line once again. Whitcomb all over the back of him. Fox not to switch to the inside line though at Billy's. On to Sturmey's once again. Ducks his head down, wants to get all the speed he possibly can. Charles Green around the hairpin, there you go. 4th place Freddie Baker with Cameron Nelson and Jonathan Piggott in behind. Piggott's racing hard to try and find a way past the number 40 of Cameron Nelson. And then there's a 4-way battle behind that as well of Lucas Howell, Freddie Worlock, Jack West, and then nicely rounding out the top 10, Thomas Lynn-Speary. There's more brilliant battles going on throughout the field really. There's pretty much no driver who is feasibly lost, and with no other drivers to boot. There's a couple of karts find their way across the grass. Does really well actually to avoid the wall that is placed just on the exit of the S's there on the inside. And is slightly lucky to get away with that one, but someone hasn't got away with something at the hairpin. They're facing the wrong way now. Bit of an incident-packed few corners there for the Honda Cadets. That is the number 72 of George Biggs, who fortunately was facing the wrong way and now find himself in 21st place. So a few changes in the order then as Jack West climbs a couple of positions. Thomas Lynn-Speary into 9th as well. Lucas Howell drops nearly out of the top 10, but just down to 10th. Green and Whitcomb, but actually it is now Whitcomb who leads the way with Hugh Moulton in 2nd as well. Charles Green in 3rd, so that is fairly significant for the time being. See if Charles Green can come up with a response to that, but out of the top end they come, and it is Harrison Whitcomb who leads the way. In 4th, 5th and 6th, another trio. It's Freddie Baker, Jonathan Piggott and Cameron Nelson. All racing pretty hard there as well. Not quite as bunched together as the leading 3 are. Charles Green seeking a way past, but opts not to switch to the inside for the hairpin. Maybe he knows there wouldn't have been a gap to slot into between the pair, because they really are bumper to bumper, Whitcomb and Moulton. Jack West, Freddie Worlock and Thomas Lynn-Speary are the 3 spearheads of the next group of karts as well. No way of knowing how this one's going to go. Just over 7 minutes remain. Baker, Piggott and Nelson still as an impressive group of drivers in behind. Don't quite seem as quick as the leading 3 though. Hugh Moulton actually has the quickest lap of a 41.12. 41.13 is the next quickest, and that is by Whitcomb. So the top 2 is the quickest 2. 41.16 as well tells no lies as to who the quickest 3 really are. The quickest 3 out on the circuit. Straight once again. Also Charles Green had lost a little bit of time to Moulton and Whitcomb through Billy's because it wasn't quite as close going into the S's and down the Sturmey straight, but now does seem to have closed that gap already. Therefore does have the pace available to him, but just unable to find a way past either of them at the moment. Across the line, there you go. And across the line Goes the Pigeon Nelson Baker strike horse as well. There's an overtake there as well, actually. Going into the S's as the number 18 of Freddie Baker finds his way up into 4th place. He was briefly dispossessed of that by Piggott. But now has it back. Minutes to go then, well over halfway now. 10 laps into this final. Most championship points up for stakes, of course. When it comes to these finals of the Kart Club meetings. Yellow flags waving for an incident down at Billy's there. Yellow flag still waving at Billy's. I can see a cart that's shoehorned into the tyre wall. So just keeping an eye on a few wasps that thankfully have entered the commentary box and thoroughly enjoying that. Whitcomb continues to lead the way though, just under 4 minutes left on the clock. And once again, the same story remains. Green with still some pretty decent pace, but still unable to try and find his way past the top 2 as things are. Has actually dropped a little bit off them once again. Close battles throughout the field though. Continue further into this race. Now we are on lap number 14. Baker, Piggott and Nelson remain the story of 4th, 5th and 6th, and then it's a brilliant battle from 7th down to 12th. Almost nothing separating those drivers. Few contact warnings as well over the course of this race. Zach Harrison is the latest driver to pick up one, and actually he has collected 2 over the course of this race, so the novice driver perhaps getting a little too involved with the contact side. Warning this time for Noah Pipes. He picks up the latest black and white flag that is shown to a driver out there on the circuit. Two minutes left then. Whitcomb continuing to lead the way. Nothing budging in terms of that battle. There was a definite shift when Baker was overtaken by Piggott and Nelson a few laps ago, but then was able to reclaim it. Haven't been able to escape since though, and that trio still battling it out as well. Who knows what we will end up seeing in terms of the final race result. Charles Green, sorry, looking really close to Hugh Moulton this time, heading down the pit straight, but nothing that he could do about overtaking Moulton down at Billy's. Fillies. I really thought that may have been an opportunity there. They're all so bunched up still. This leading three, yes, nothing giving in that particular battle. But Baker, Nelson and Piggott has actually opened up somewhat as Piggott's been dumped behind. And now has his work cut out to try and catch up to those two. As he approached the final couple of laps then now. Next lap will be the final one. As Moulton now may be under some real pressure from Green. Charles Green up the inside on the exit of Fillies. And now into second place. I thought then maybe he was going to have a go at try and overtake Whittingham as well and improve on 2 positions in 2 corners, but wasn't to be. Remains behind Whittingham for now. Next lap will be the final one. Whittingham surely will drive defensively, especially if he knows that Charles Green has been all over him for the last half a lap or so. Just 1 lap to go. Last lap board is shown to the drivers. And here we go then with Green. He was having a look around the outside. Will he be able to slot in just about ahead of him? He looks like he's cut to the inside and he has got it. But there's a back marker in the way. Now, how can they navigate their way past this back marker? Charles Green all over the back of him. Just having a look now. And Hugh Moulton's going to try and have a look on the inside as well. It looks like they were so close to contact, but they just about get away with it. Ahead now of Whittingham is Green. Whittingham having a little look up the inside of the horseshoe but couldn't find a way past. Charles Green in the number 77 continuing to lead the way going into the final corner, but having a look up the inside, they're side by side coming out on the top end. Who's it going to be? Harrison Whittingham currently leads the way and he's surely going to take the win of the checkered flag, and it is Harrison Whittingham who wins the race. An enthralling finale to the final of the Honda Cadets. Charles Green beaten to the line by Harrison Whittingham, who got the run out of buttons and then continued that momentum all the way out to the top end towards checkered flag. Hugh Moulton in third, Freddie Baker, Cameron Nelson and Jonathan Piggott is your order for 4th, 5th and 6th. Freddie Worlock in 7th, 8th goes to Jack West. Lucas Howell in 9th, 10th Amberley Ackett, Thomas Min Spearing in 11th, 12th to Noah Pikes, Travis Rose 13th, 14th Ethan Griffiths, Conrad Barton with George Biggs, Max Lovell, Sasha Bagley, Zach Harrison and Daniel Haynes as the remaining finishing drivers, with Harry Cottrell retiring on lap 10. But my goodness, 19 laps, and eventually the top 3 were separated by 0.08 of a second. Fascinating stuff, super close, about as close as you can really get, even with karting, as we know how close a sport it can be. But Whittingham does just about hold on to a very impressive, enthralling victory. Underway now then with the Minimax final. It was Ben Crossley alongside Andrew Douglas on the front row, with Aaron Full, Benjamin Bartlett, Billy Edgecombe, Daniel Tribe, Leo Perch Purchase, Finn Smith, Donovan Dyer and Braden Hill as your top 10 on the grid. And we have had some truly brilliant racing from these guys over the course of the day so far. It was Crossley in heat number 1 who was able to take the crown. He came second in heat 2 and obviously third in heat 3 as well. All three, well, particularly the third heat, a really brilliant race. And now we just await to see whether Ben Crossley can, from pole position, go on to take the victory, because he actually claimed 5 more points than Douglas over the course of the day. That's a fairly big margin for the top 2. But Andrew Douglas has shown significant pace throughout the day. Number 16. And I mean, that is proved at the moment by him being in the lead. He has managed to get the better of Ben Crossley in his opening couple of laps, but so early doors. Very hard to see how this one will pan out in such early stages. Aaron Full is actually in second place though, ahead of Crossley. So Crossley perhaps struggling a little for the usual pace which he has exhibited on many occasions over the course of the day so far. Edgecombe, Bartlett and Tribe are all there as well. Unfortunately, it looks like we might not have Leo Purchase on the track, which is a real shame because he was showing some brilliant pace. He won in heat 2, of course, but I can't see him out there, so I'm not sure he is. Andrew Douglas, after 3 laps, still leads the way by 0.14 of a second. That gap has been eaten away completely by Aaron Full in second position. Was a little bit of a margin before, but Douglas knows that he's been caught up, I believe, and Aaron Full, who has yet to win a race today, may be on course in the most important of them all. If he can get past Andrew Douglas, who clearly his pace is more superior than at this moment in time. Out of the top end and racing down across the timing line once again. The top 6 are separated by less than a second. And then it's only a 0.9 gap back to Jacob Gilman as well. He's got Finn Smith for company. Braden Hill and Bobby Rosier are in 9th and 10th. Certainly not too far away either. Look at the top 6, how close they are. Hope this can resume for the remainder of the race. Could be in for a really fantastic spectacle if things do stay as they are. Across the line we go then, and no one looking too eager, maybe a little cautious, still why it's so early in the race, not to make any rash decisions and to cost their team the race before it's really even properly got underway. As the drivers tire later on though, couple of mistakes maybe to be made, or the pressure rises, the heat of course bearing down upon them, then will we start to see those rash decisions which can so often create the most turbulent but brilliant racing spectacles. Douglas continues to lead the pack, but certainly not without company. It's now a gaggle of 5 carts, all breathing down the neck of the race leader, but going up the inside there, Daniel Tribe on Benjamin Bartlett. He has completed that move, and the number 44 is up, or has been pushed down the order, sorry, behind Daniel Tribe. Ben Crossley will still feel like he's got some recovering to do despite pushing himself up into second place now. He's got past Aaron Full, but you never want to go backwards in a race, and he did start on pole position. Douglas getting the better of him initially. And now across the line, Douglas still with so many drivers so close to him, but Crossley right there, 0.08 of a second behind. Billy Edgecombe in 4th place, and having a look up the inside now, a change for the race lead. Ben Crossley up the inside of Andrew Douglas, and that is a change for first position for now. Aaron Full in third place. He couldn't follow through. He was still a bit too far away, I think, a little bit too much of a gap. Across the line then to confirm. Ben Crossley, your new race leader. Didn't get the start he would have hoped, but he's getting the middle section of the race, which he very much would have been hoping for. He was sat in his cart waiting to be told that he could get the race underway. Full, Edgecombe, Smith and Tribe all still very much there. Tribe dropping a little bit off actually with Benjamin Bartlett, those two in 6th and 7th, not quite with the pace perhaps of the top 5. Maybe it is turning into a 5-way battle rather than a 6th one now, but very much sideways from Andrew Douglas there. And Aaron Full definitely having a better run down Sturmey straight, but just about cutting in ahead Andrew Douglas and making sure that he stays in 2nd position. Having a look up the inside, potential move there, Smith on Edgecombe. Not sure if he's going to be able to complete that. I think Edgecombe's managed to keep him behind for now. These squabbles between the rest of that group is just going to help Ben Crossley escape more and more. Been the quickest driver over the course of the day. Can he prove that worth in the most important of them? Once again, a little sideways from Andrew Douglas. That won't help his cause, but an identical lap time by Crossley and Douglas on that previous lap, both setting 36.25s. Quickest lap time actually belongs with Finn Smith, the 35.82. That's a fair amount quicker actually than any of the other drivers in his little group. So if he can overtake Edgecombe, then he could be in for a real shot of challenging for the top 3 at the very least. Ellie Edgecombe proving a very tough nut to crack at the moment though. So he does manage to get it done now. Billy Edgecombe just dropping down, and then actually getting a little love tap from Daniel Tribe in behind. Has a look at the inside there, bit of contact between the number 61 of Daniel Tribe, who's trying to get past Edgecombe, but couldn't quite find that gap to go through. Tensions raising then in the Minimax final, our 3rd of 6. After this one, we'll be halfway through our finals this afternoon. Not a single one of them has disappointed thus far. Certainly this one looks like it's only really getting started. Less than 4 minutes remain on the clock. Ben Crossley continuing to lead and continuing to open up that gap as well. I hadn't realised just how much he'd opened up on that previous lap. 0.6 of a second quicker than Andrew Douglas, who is still under a lot of pressure from Aaron Full. It seems like that's been a constant feature over the course of this particular race. Again across the line, Douglas, Full and Smith with Edgecombe and Bartlett. Bobby Rosier in 7th, 8th Jacob Gilman with Daniel Tribe in 9th. 10th place is the novice of Donovan Dyer, who started 9th on the grid. Really impressive day from him as well. The only novice out there on the circuit, and he's beating 7 drivers who are non-novices. So really great stuff from Donovan Dyer. Look how Ben Crossley is controlling this race now. 1.4 seconds ahead. Shaky start to proceedings, sure, but now beginning to stroll his way to what isn't yet a certain victory, but is certainly looking a incredibly likely one. Andrew Douglas, Aaron Full and Finn Smith all in behind as well. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Finn Smith having got past Billy Edgecombe. The pace that he's exhibited throughout this race has shown, and well, that's Douglas being overtaken by Aaron Full at long last. Full has been able to complete that move. It's been a long time in the works, but now at the horseshoe, Aaron Full up into 2nd position with, oh no, it's Finn Smith, sorry, up into 2nd position. Aaron Full dropping into 4th and Andrew Douglas into 3rd. So what pace shown by Finn Smith there. Apologies, didn't realise it was Smith coming from behind. The number 19, he's shown throughout this race just how much pace he's got. He still holds the fastest lap as well, a 35.71. showing that by overtaking both Douglas and Full in one foul sweep. Across the line we go with our race leaders once again, and Crossley is being caught up now, by Finn Smith. 1.78 seconds separating the top two, but it was nearly 0.2 quicker on the previous lap. Smith top end, then Ben Crossley probably very much unaware of these changes in order behind. Well, he's going as quick as he possibly can, and at the moment that 35.88 which he's just set seems to be enough pace to keep everyone else at bay. Smith with superior pace to him, but there's a bit of contact there between a couple of the drivers on the exit, two VS's. But I think Crossley is going to be okay. Smith, if he was given 6 more laps, I think would be able to really challenge Crossley, but I think the margin is going to prove too much for Smith to overcome. 1.64 now, so only closing in by half a tenth this time. Less than half a minute remain of the Minimax final, and it's all beginning to settle down now. I think we do have our pretty much confirmed top 4. Ben Crossley, Smith, Douglas and Full, with Benjamin Bartlett, who just picked up a contact warning actually in the number 44. Got to be cautious. Tommy Rosier in 6th place. What's happened to the drivers that we were seeing? Billy Edgecombe, he's dropped all the way down to 8th now. That's a real surprise to see. And Daniel Tribe's in the pits as well, so perhaps those two wrapped up in an incident on a previous lap, because both were in the top 10 and running pretty well. This is the last lap of the race though, and it's going to be a victorious race for Ben Crossley. 1.6 seconds ahead of Finn Smith going into the final lap, but what a race from Ben Crossley, who's dominated throughout, and he does take the checkered flag ahead of Finn Smith in the end by 1.68 seconds, so he's even beginning to extend his lead once more. Andrew Douglas in 3rd, 4th Aaron Full, with Benjamin Bartlett in 5th, 6th Tommy Rosier, with 7th Jacob Gilman, 8th Billy Edgecombe, 9th Donovan Dyer and Oliver Kerr in 10th, 11th Jamie Burt with Holly Woolley 12th, 13th Braden Hill, 14th James Pope and Arthur Thacker 15th. Kieran Roberts finished in 16th place. Daniel Tribe had to retire on lap 19, but in the end, fairly comfortable victory for Ben Crossley. Was able to claw his way back into the lead after it was an early Andrew Douglas lead, but ultimately Ben Crossley had superior pace to the drivers behind him. Finn Smith began to catch, but didn't quite have enough to catch up to Crossley's 56 kart in the end, as he takes the victory in the Minimax final. Next up will be race number 24 of 26. Junior Max final, which is coming up now. Callum Voisin is on pole. He's got Jez Williams alongside. Jordan Morris and Noah Hadley are on row 2. Jordan Morris and Noah Hadley make up row 2. And Cameron Crockett, whose birthday it is today, he's on row 3, starting in 5th place alongside Lincoln Bailey Arneson. What a great way to spend your 13th birthday, racing around the circuit. And let's hope he has a good race on his birthday. A fairly disjointed grid as we get underway. for the Junior Max final is underway. 12 minutes for these drivers to prove their worth as Callum Voisin starts alongside Jez Williams, both of which have accumulated the same amount of points over the course of the day. Voisin has shown on a couple of occasions just how much he enjoys winning, and Jez Williams with a thoroughly dominant display in Heat 4. Across the line we go then for the first lap completion. Callum Voisin continuing to lead the way, Jez Williams in second place. John Morris currently in third, fourth Noah Hadley, fifth Cameron Crockett, sixth Lincoln Bailey Anderson. No changes at all within the top 7 actually off the grid, so all just filtering in single file, making sure that they aren't getting involved in too much action too early. That little left-hand kink in the pit straight, they all make their way around there, just clipping the curve. Some of the drivers, some opt to steer clear. There's yellow flags waving for a kart that is off on the exit to the horseshoe, the hairpin, sorry, and there's actually a couple of drivers involved. So I think likely to be retirements are Toby Wells and Daniel Briggs, who will pick up the points for 22nd and 23rd in this race. With a 0.28 of a second lead. It's always going to be tough for Voisin to escape with the pace of the drivers he's got around him. And had a little bit of a gap towards the start, but then closed in again on Jez Williams. And well, if he was able to replicate the kind of pace he had in Heat 4, then Williams was always going to be a threat to Callum Voisin, and that is proving here. Whether Voisin will slip up at all, or whether there's going to be a real opportunity for Williams to overtake the number 35. John Morris and Noah Hadley in third and fourth have been constant threats over the course of the day as well. Continuing to lead Williams, the gap now down to just 0.24 of a second, only closed in by half a tenth, but enough that the pressure is beginning to ramp up on Voisin now, with Williams that close in behind. He's set a fastest lap of the race as well, a 34.81. 34.87, I believe, is the next quickest lap time. That is by Voisin, so the top two are the quickest two. Morris and Hadley in behind have set 34.92 and 34.96s. Those are two very respectable times as well, but not quite, just not quite on the same pace as the top two. It's barely recognisable, but just about the difference is there. Top end once again. Wonder how hot these drivers are feeling now under the overalls and the helmet with the sun beaming down. Very strenuous karting, of course. Very physical at times, thrashing the kart around the circuit. Doesn't look as though Williams is quite able to close that last bit of gap between himself and Voisin at the moment. Voisin has been a bit quicker on this previous lap, I suspect. When they go across the line, that will prove in the times. Well, actually, they set identical lap times, Voisin and Williams. That just goes to show how close they really are, how consistently quick they both are. Jordan Morris and Noah Hadley in third and fourth, with Jack Meakin, Harry Reynolds, Cameron Crockett and Lincoln Bailey Arneson all not too far behind either. The number 88 of Cameron Crockett in seventh place, who really ends any kind of hope for the drivers behind to snatch a win. But still, if there's action further up the field, you wouldn't rule out any of these drivers to perhaps claim it. Cameron Crockett on his 13th birthday, currently sitting in 7th position. There's been one contact warning so far this race, as Matthew Lambert's picked that one up. He's currently in 17th place. A couple of retirements, of course. Daniel Brees and Toby Wells both will pick up the fewest points that you can from a final point system such as this. Won't be zero though. Zero only comes with disqualifications, or if you actually fail to make it to the start line regardless. Just under 5.5 minutes remain on the clock. Of a second now, but it's a 1.5 second gap back to Jordan Morris, so really is a tale of the top two for the most part now. I imagine a huge amount will change with that particular story. Jordan Morris and Noah Hadley in third and fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, still very close, but Meakin, Reynolds and Crockett know that likely to be able to catch up to the battle for third and fourth by the end of this race. Morris and Hadley both are looking pretty quick. Whether Hadley will be able to pass Jordan Morris by the end of this race. Morris has had some impressive races over the course of the day. Indeed, they are qualified alongside each other on the grid, as did the top two. Lap belongs with Callum Boykin then, a 34.67, just beginning to kill off Des Williams' hopes of winning this final now. I think Boykin is starting to really get in the groove of this. Set the fastest lap of the race, then sets a 34.69, just 200 slower than the best effort he has mustered so far. To get within touching distance of Hadley and Morris. Those two drivers who have occupied third and fourth for the entirety of this race, Hadley and Morris. Actually, Morris was ahead a couple of laps ago, so Hadley somewhere along the line has made the move. It's probably what has cost the time to enable Jack Meakin and Harry Reynolds to catch. Yellow flag is out at Billy's, so it's clear to see why. There's a cart just on the exit of Billy's. We'll run down towards the S's, which is abandoned there, and well, yellow flags continue to wave, so maybe a yellow flag zone for the remainder of this race. for the Junior Max. Fastest lap still belonging to Callum Voisin, which he just set actually, a 34.63. Now the gap has just ticked over half a second, and Voisin doing all he can to just leave Jez Williams behind. And Williams, I think, knows that Voisin's just ever so slightly moving further up the road. All the drivers will beginning to really tire now. They'll all be physically fit, all of these drivers have to be, to even consider being a part of an event this strenuous, but even under this heat and under this sort of pressure, particularly from Jez Williams' point of view, it's going to be tough to remain on the coattails of someone who's been so quick over the course of the day. Callum Voisin, Noah Hadley, Jordan Morris, Jack Meakin and Harry Reynolds still remains the order of that quartet, sitting just behind their leading duo. In our final 20 seconds of racing now then, and I don't think it looks like we're going to have any sort of changes in and around the top 10, apart from perhaps Lincoln Bailey Arneson under a lot of pressure from George Walker. Then could be a change for 8 perhaps. Into the horseshoe, there you go. At the moment it's still Lincoln Bailey Arneson who holds on to that position. This is the last lap of the race now then. Callum Voisin, he has raced so well. Jez Williams was really putting him through his paces for a while. Ultimately, Voisin's pace will prove to be superior and prove that why he deserves the top spot on the podium. And a close race. Callum Voisin will be the victor. Out to the top end they come, and it's a great victory for Callum Voisin to beat Jez Williams to the line. In the end, the gap 0.4 of a second, with Noah Hadley claiming a very well-earned third, Jordan Morris in 4th, 5th Jack Meakin with Harry Reynolds 6th, 7th Cameron Crockett with Lincoln Bailey Arneson in 8th, 9th George Walker, 10th Ethan Lomax with Harrison Crook in 11th, 12th Lucas Hayden, 13th Harry Rowett with Evie Poulan in 14th. Brilliant drive from her to get up to 14th place. Ben Ballou in 15th, 16th Matthew Lambert, Drew Perry 17th, 18th Reza Saruzum, and Travis Chapman in 19th. 20th goes to Callum Davies. the 177 177 Masters final up next. Cole Edwards starts alongside Ian Bramfield on the front row. Ben Davis, Aaron Yeo, Ian Brown, Liam Rabjohns, Reece Llewellyn, Darren Worley, Alfie Cockrell and Ben Johnson. Round out your top 10 on the grid. Well, this time we see Charlie Worley is involved in the race, so wasn't there in heat 3, and by the looks of the points that we can see with Cole Edwards having accumulated 90 points over the course of the day, means that Charlie Worley was not granted his victory in heat 1, which I thought he had earned. So Cole Edwards on to try and claim maximum points from the day, which, well, he would be the first and only driver to do so over the course of all the drivers and all the classes. If he is able to do just that, Ian Bramfield and Ben Davis are close in behind him at the moment, as is Aaron Yeo actually, all involved. Charlie Worley's got to pick his way through the field though. He showed that pace so well in heat 1 that he does occupy, and could be definitely well worth keeping his eye on 177's number 9, because I think Worley will be looking to make substantial progress through the field as the race goes on. He's got a long race, of course, to try and do just that, and has picked off a few drivers already. He's up to 11th now, in fact, maybe up to 10th already. 10.5 minutes still remain, so a long time. Cole Edwards begins to pull away from the rest of the pack. Ian Bramfield, Ben Davis and Aaron Yeo still as second, third and fourth. It's actually Ben Davis has moved up into second place now. Bramfield, I thought, over the course of the day had been the closest competitor, but Ben Davis beginning to show that he's definitely going to be taken seriously here as well. Fairly close between a few drivers. Further down the order as well, Ben Johnson battling with Alfie Williams. That's allowed for 12th place, but look at this brilliant midfield battle. Not involving any of the top 5, but 6th down to 10th. They're pretty much inseparable. Great racing being seen by these drivers. In their final race of the day, why not? They'll be able to get in a kart again for another month or so, at least at Clay. About a third of the way through this one. With Cole Edwards still leading the way. 0.7 of a second, but actually Ben Davis was quicker on the previous lap by half a tenth. So closing the gap slightly. Not sure that's going to amount to a huge amount as the race goes on though. Ian Bramfield in third, Aaron Yeo still in fourth, so there hasn't been any changes there for a number of laps now. Ben Davis getting into second place. That wasn't a grid position change, that was a change out there on the track. We go to complete lap 7 of the 177 final, well into our second quarter, if you like. Still in the first half of the race, but well into the second quarter of it now. Davis, Bramfield, Yeo still looks like an interesting battle in second place. Keep an eye on number 9 of Charlie Worley, so he's up into 7th now. He's battling with Ian Brown and Liam Rabjohns. Trying to find a way past there. If he can, then, well, Rabjohns is a further 2 seconds up the road, but at the moment Charlie Worley does have the pace to really cause problems for a few drivers further up the field than him, and he's got a lot of time to do it as well. Could still be an outside chance of Charlie Worley if he is able to really collect a lot of pace from somewhere, somehow finding himself within the top 4, but I think that that's going to be a bit too far out of reach, but a fifth lap, more realistic aim. Ian Brownfield though has dropped out of the top 4, he's now in 5th place. I'm not quite sure what has happened there, but Cole Edwards in the lead, Ben Davis and Aaron Yeo are still there in 2nd, and this time 3rd instead of 4th. Liam Rabjohns has been boosted up a position though in 4th by Brownfield dropping a position, so that works well for the top couple. Across the line though for Cole Edwards and Ben Davis, Aaron Yeo, Liam Rabjohns, Ian Brownfield, Charlie Worley, Ian Brown, Darren Worley, Alfie Cockrell and Reece Llewellyn as your current top 10, and Ayrton Anderson, Ben Johnson, Alfie Williams, and then Chris Skivier is in the pits. So only 13 drivers remain of the 177. I've had a 1 or 2 drop out over the course of the day. I think Neil Brand hasn't made an appearance here for the final, unfortunately. We go then. Still that battle goes on between Ian Brown, Darren Worley, Alfie Cockrell, Reece Llewellyn and Ayrton Anderson. That's an unrelenting battle, and somehow seems that Ian Brown has always been at the forefront of it, leading the group round, gets overtaken by someone, and well, evidently a good defensive driver, isn't letting many go past him. Cole Edwards then begins lap 13 and he's got a 0.83 of a second advantage back to Ben Davis. Aaron Yeo in 3rd, isn't far off Davis and can still hope about getting 2nd place. Whether we perhaps would have expected Edwards to be even further adrift by now, but he's got a decent margin, a healthy margin. Not sure whether it is enough to completely warrants a complete lack of believing anyone else could take that position from him. Certainly Edwards will just be looking at continuing to open up that margin more and more each lap back to Ben Davis, but Davis was ever so slightly quicker on that previous lap, 0.02 of a second quicker, but quicker nonetheless. That's what I mean. I don't know whether we would have expected Cole Edwards to firmly run away with this one, but it hasn't been the case. Darren Worley overtaking Ian Brown as a change for 7th there. Ian Brown is eventually conquered. I think Darren Worley has been behind him for the entirety of the race, and for the entirety of the race I don't think he's been further than a second away, so it's been a long time in the works, but eventually has made it happen. Charlie Worley meanwhile has still got Ian Brownfield firmly in his sights. It would have been Liam Rabjohns of course, but since Brownfield dropped into that position, he is now the closest opponent of Charlie Worley, and if Worley had started around 7th place, around there, just a few positions higher, then I think we really may have seen at least something of a threat towards Cole Edwards, but really it's been a comfortable drive. He has made it look easy, the E-plated driver, as he continues to extend out this dominant lead, now up to 0.94 of a second. Comfortable stuff so far. Ben Davis and Aaron Yeo still 2nd and 3rd, no budging there when it comes to those two swapping positions around. Davis is just quick enough ahead of Yeo that Yeo can't consider an overtake as things are. We go once again. It's time to begin lap 19. It won't be long now, so we are in the 20 laps of the 177s. And now, for the first time in the last couple of laps, the gap has extended to over a second. So Cole Edwards back to Ben Davis, over a second now. And then a little further back, Rabjohns, Branfield and Worley. That is Charlie Worley. Offering a lot of pressure on those two. Still see Charlie Worley very feasibly getting into the top four. I don't think any further than that is going to be a possibility, but he needs to get past these two drivers if he is to achieve that. Ian Branfield and Liam Rabjohns have proved worthy opponents over the course of the day, and they're battling with one another now. Liam Rabjohns is overtaken now though as Charlie Worley fights his way through, and Rabjohns losing a couple of positions there on both the horseshoe and buttons. Ian Branfield boosted back into fourth place where he was momentarily, of course, before he was overtaken then quite quickly afterwards by Liam Rabjohns, and now Charlie Worley going to be breathing down his neck for the remaining few seconds. Next lap will be the final one. As to now Branfield and Charlie Worley, Liam Rabjohns dropping firmly off of that particular battle. But will Charlie Worley have enough time to create the manoeuvre on Liam Branfield? I think he might just settle for fifth here, but Cole Edwards on the last lap of the race, he continues to open up his lead, nearly a second and a half. It's going to be a well-deserved dominant victory for the E-plated driver, and Cole Edwards takes the win ahead of Ben Davis, with Aaron Yeo close behind, Ian Branfield as well in fourth, and Charlie Worley eventually climbs up to fifth place. A good recovery drive from him. Liam Rabjohns in sixth, seventh Aaron Worley, Ian Brown in eighth, ninth Alfie Cockrell, with Ayrton Anderson in 10th, 11th Rhys Llewellyn, with Ben Johnson finishing 12th, Alfie Williams in 13th, and after 22 laps it is Cole Edwards who is victorious. Chris Skivier the only retirement, and he retired on lap 10. But that therefore concludes the 177 Rotax final. Next up will be the last race of the day. It's the Senior Rotax final. Bound to be a spectacle, the amount of quick drivers we've got in this class. It could be very thoroughly entertaining, but Edwards wins this one in the 177s. our final race of the day, and it's the biggest grid that we've seen today as well. 25 drivers take to the track. We were split into 4 heats, of course, and now they are all thrown together in a mosh pit of mayhem for the final race of the day. The senior Rotax final is bound to be quick, and it's bound to be entertaining. On the front row is Brandon Haig. He's alongside Jensen Watts, with Ryan Taylor, Truman and Archie Brown on row 2. Tiernan Rourke, Brandon Klein, Nagelvort, row 3. Owen Allison, Lewis Halliday, Tom Adams and Daniel Yates make your top 10 of the final race of the day. And we get our last race of the day firmly going here. There's a yellow flag incident already involving a few of the drivers at Billy's in the first corner. But most drivers seem to, well, I think most but one, or all but one, have managed to get away and continue the race. But it is an early retirement for one of the drivers here. Is it the number 17 I see? Can't quite make it out from where I'm sat here. I can't be that much, but Brandon Hay, our race leader, with Jensen Watts, Archie Brown, Ryan Taylor, Truman, Lewis Halliday, all so close in behind. A little tiny gap back to Tiernan Rourke in 6th there. Brandon Haig at the very front. I don't think he's won a race so far today, but he has picked up the biggest amount of points to sit on pole. I'm sure it will be a very close affair. Whoever is going to win it, it's not going to be dominant. It's not going to be a comfortable stroll to victory. That much is pretty much a guarantee when it comes to the senior Rotax. Joseph Hock was actually gone into the pits, and it was indeed Dylan Brooks who retired in the first corner here. So a couple of retirements very early on. Brooks and Hopwood out of the running. At the very top though, realistically you could look at any of those top 8 and think, well, yeah, they could very feasibly be the most winners. Off the line we go, leading few drivers. There's a couple of gaps of 0.4 and 0.4 between Tom Adams and Brandon Klein Nagelvort, so small gaps willing to open up as the pace begins to show early on here. Number 54, Tiernan Rourke looks to be out of the running. That's a shame. He is often a very quick driver around here, well regarded, and well, he's dropped from 6th. On the inside of the slight left-hand bend of the pit straight. Lewis Halliday in 4th, with Ryan Taylor Truman dropping to 5th then, so that's an overtake. Halliday pushing further up the order, but at the moment Brandon Hay, who I'm told has a very good new engine, and we know how capable a driver he is as well. New engine for this meeting, and is proving to work some miracles. Looking very pacey early on here. That's the fastest lap of the race as well, actually. Brandon Hay, 34.38. Not quite as quick as the lap times we were seeing earlier on in the day, but obviously those tyres will have some wear in them by now. In Heat 1 we were seeing some middle 33 lap times. Yellow flags waving for the step there. We'll take on the remainder of this race, so we're not going to get any overtakes from the final burst of straight here, which, well, it's not a shame because it's absolutely a safety procedure we need, but the close finish is going to have to be concluded by the exit of the top end. We are to have one at the moment. Brandon Haig just controlling this race, making sure he stays adrift of Jensen Watts and Archie Brown, closest 2 competitors at the moment. Lewis Halliday, Ryan Taylor, Tom Adams, 4th, 5th and 6th. They're still not too far away. 7th place with Daniel Yates. drivers as we approach the halfway stage. Not quite there yet. At the moment it's been fairly calm. Was it the calm before the storm, before the Senior Max final? There hasn't been a huge amount of very ferocious battles going on throughout the field. Lap time to that of Jensen Watt in third. Archie Brown, number 72, he sets a 34.33, so slightly slower than those two ahead of him. So several personal bests being set by several different drivers throughout the pack. Across the line we go. So looks like there's another retirement there. Brandon Hay continuing to lead the way though with Jensen Watts and Archie Brown second and third. Running you through the rest of the top 10, Lewis Halliday in fourth. Fifth is Ryan Taylor-Truman with Tom Adams and Daniel Yates not too far adrift either, but then it is a 2.4 second gap back to Joshua Poulain with Owen Allison and Reece Hurd in the mix then. The rest of the top 10, but some really close racing going on further down the order. Who's this involving? Just trying to get their numbers as they cross around the horseshoe. Here's the number 15 of Thomas Rotherham, who currently leads James Webb, and Chris Simpson just ahead of those two at the moment. Some great racing going on down the Sturmey Straight, swapping and chopping and changing their positions. Four-way battle, and that is indeed Thomas Rotherham right at the back of Brandon Klein Nagelborn, who has dropped off a little bit on pace in the past couple of laps, and no lap times will be gradually probably getting a little slower now, especially as the tyres get worn. 34.23 set by Brandon Hayes though, still the quickest on that previous lap. Not too far adrift to Daniel Yates' effort though, in 6th position, so perhaps he's the closest opponent to Haig in terms of pace. Brown, Taylor, and Adams all picking up victories over the course of the day. They're currently sitting in 3rd, 5th and 7th, so still not too far away from the very front, but just looks like Brandon Haig has got everything spot on for this final. Into our last 3.5 minutes of racing for round 7. As always, if you do want to check out the Alpha Timing live, you can do so on the Alpha Timing website, or you can go on YouTube, Clay Pigeon Raceway, and you'll find currently it's being live streamed, but once it finishes it will turn into a standard YouTube video file, and you'll be able to find your races and listen to the live commentary throughout the day with Alpha timing on screen. So if that is something you're interested in, then head over to Clay Pigeon Kart Club's YouTube channel, subscribe. 1.3 seconds the gap now between the top two, as Watts may well have given up on victory here, but having to defend fairly hard from Archie Brown. He's got some drivers looking all very keen to try and get themselves into the top two there. Watts, Brown, Halliday, Taylor, and Yates all involved in this particular battle to try and squeeze into those top two places, and well, 6 into 2 doesn't go. So at the moment, Jensen Watts occupies that position. Will he, by the end of this race, already looking a bit defensive from Archie Brown, to make sure that number 72 can't find a way past. Marshall's done an extremely good job of moving that kart there, and the slight left indent of this pit straight, meaning that there doesn't need to be yellow flags in that sector anymore. These yellow flags at Billy's though, as there's a back marker who was going slowly, and that has thrown a real spanner into the works of battle for second place. Taken full advantage of that has Archie Brown. That back marker who, oh, there's contact there between a couple of the drivers. I think it was between the back marker and another one of the drivers, the number 92, that is, of Bertie Wellesley, just trying to get out of the way, but ended up getting connected by another driver on the way through, and that has completely turned the tables on things in the second place battle. So Jensen Watts in second now, but Lewis Halliday ahead of Archie Brown is the only actual change that we saw there. There's definitely some changing of positions over the course of it, but it's just made the drivers a little feistier now. And as they begin to tire, will we see some mistakes in these closing few laps, which could enable an opportunity for another driver to go through? But Brandon Haig at the moment, he's long gone now, nearly 3 seconds adrift of second place Jensen Watts. Actually, it's Lewis Halliday now, he's up into second place with Watts in behind. Moving up into fourth as well, I think it's Taylor Truman overtaking Archie Brown there. Halliday ahead of Watts now. Any changes in that as we approach the final 10 seconds? I don't think he's going to get around any more time as well, so next lap should be the final lap of the race. See, the last lap board is going to be shown for the last time today. Last lap for Brandon Hay to cap off a brilliant, dominant performance here. But Lewis Halliday, Jensen Watts, and Ryan Taylor Truman with Archie Brown in behind as well. Will we see any last rolls of the dice, any risks taken in this final lap? At the moment it does look good for Halliday to settle on second place. It's all going on behind as well, with 5th, 6th and 7th having a brilliant battle. Brown, Yates and Adams all involved in that particular fray, but Halliday, I think, is going to be able to hold on to second place. But what a performance from Brandon Hay. Takes the win here, and second place is going to go the number 56 of Lewis Halliday after a well-fought affair. Jensen Watts may feel aggrieved because the blue flag incident earlier on in the race definitely did have an effect on that. Now Ryan Taylor Truman in 4th, Archie Brown 5th, Daniel Yates 6th, 7th goes to Tom Adams, with 8th going to Josh Poulan. Owen Allison 9th, 10th Reese Hurd, James Webb 11th, 12th Chris Simpson, 13th Thomas Rotherham with Alex Tyler 14th, 15th Lewis Bevan, Jack Maidman 16th, 17th Brandon Klein Nagelvort with Amelia Vincent 18th, 19th Ben Page, 30th Wellesley in 20th, and Jason Bond 21st, 22nd Derek Hunt, 23rd Tim and Raw, 24th Dylan Brooks, and Joseph Popwood in 25th position. But from Bertie Wellesley downwards, they didn't actually conclude the race there. Brandon Haig winning the last race of the day then in fairly dominant fashion in the end, but what a performance from him, with Lewis Halliday over 3 seconds adrift in the end, but with a very hard fought second place, with Jensen Watts and Ryan Taylor Truman in 3rd and 4th just in behind. Great conclusion to a great day's racing. There are a lot of fantastic conclusions to many of the races today, heats and finals. It was great to see. Once again, as we reach the end of a meeting though, round 7 draws to a close. Just like to put on the record thanks to all officials and marshals, as well as all of the teams and families and friends that come out to support the drivers, of course, the drivers themselves and the ambulance crew without whom these events would not be possible. If you want to check out the Alpha timing results along with live commentary, then head over to the YouTube channel. If you want live updates from the club, the Facebook page is a good place to go. Give us a like on there, Clay Pigeon Kart Club. And we will see you in September for round 8 of the 2020 Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championship. I've been your commentator throughout this stream, Sam Hunt. I hope you have enjoyed, and I'll see you once again in September. It'll be September the 13th for more club action here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Take care.